And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am. Hope you're there. The session starts. Your company required. That thing that happens sometimes twice a day, happening today twice a day. So this is the second installment of today. So avail yourself of what is going on here. You know how we do it. You know when we do it, and you know where we do it. We're doing it right now. So gather, participate. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. All who remember is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. All who remember is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, holy, faster. There's freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 holy. Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. All who remember is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. All who remember is another Savior. Holy, 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 holy. All who remember is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
There it is right there, the Holy Holy Song. So the Holy Holy Song from the Eastern people. So Holy Holy. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort. So this is Festus Keyamo now making this assertion. And oftentimes this is the test that a lot of people throw at the Buhari administration, the functionaries of the Buhari administration, I should say, inviting them then if they feel they often say this to Lai Mohammed, by the way, but it looks as though it is Festus Keyamo that has picked up that particular gauntlet. So they often throw that at the administration that if you are claiming to be having some successes in the fight against insurgency, drive from X to Y, and it's usually Kaduna to Abuja. That's usually the drive that they invite them to participate in. So take that drive without an escort. So it looks as though Festus Keyamo has now picked up that gauntlet, but it's now going to be forced that people are going to be are people going to force him to follow through with this boastfulness. Let's put it that way. I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort. Festus Keyamo. So what's in play there? We find out shortly. The biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race is Tinubu, not obedient. Peter won't affect APC vote. So Reno Omokri are stating what a lot of people have actually concluded quite a long time ago. So of course, some people actually, the extremists of the conspiracy theory sector, they will have it be the case that sorry, pardon me. I think I may well hold on. So the extremists of the conspiracy theory sector, they will have it be the case that Peter Obi is actually a fifth columnist for the Tinubu ambition. That essentially he's there as a spoiler for other contestants to land Tinubu in Aso Rock. So there are conspiracy theorists theorizing to that space, and I think it is to that theory that Reno Omokri speaks. The biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race is Tinubu, not obedience. Peter Obi won't affect APC votes. Reno Omokri making that assertion. So we already know where that permutation is leading to, because we've already also drawn those analyses off the back of our own conversations. But nevertheless, it'll be interesting to see Reno Omokri's take on that space. 2023 presidency, what Southern Middle Belt leaders demanded from Peter Obi. So you recall, of course, that he met with Pa Adebanjo just recently. And in the course of that conversation, in the course of that meeting, he swept up. Let me just. It's a bit warm, so let me. I should really be wearing a vest rather than this because it's just baking hot here. So in the course of that conversation, he met also with functionaries of the Middle Belt, etc. So the outtakes of that conversation now is what is being shared with us. We'll find out who's sharing it with us in a moment. 2023 presidency, what Southern Middle Belt leaders demanded from Peter Obi. So what the demands are, I will find out shortly. 2023 still, we are not concerned about Amechi Tinubu's camp. So which Amechi are they talking about? Is it Rotimi Amechi? I wonder. And it can only be Rotimi Amechi. But then, of course, Rotimi Amechi, he looms like a dark shadow behind the firmament of the Tinubu trajectory. Let's put it that way without being too worthy. So let's put it that way. He hangs like a dark cloud in the background of the goings on within the APC space. So we know that he's still smarting from the primaries, which he lost, but I don't know why he is smarting, because of course he must have been misled by assurances that had been given him by Fulanis, who were just milking as much money as they can off him, knowing full well that Tinubu was going to get that ticket. So he went into that primaries emboldened, especially off the back of being conferred a title by Katsina Emirates, the homestead of the Aboki from Daura himself. So all of that emboldened him to be sure that he was going to get the presidential ticket. But of course, at Tekia, which is the standard play of the Northerner, they just deceit in common parlance. So he was played, and it looks as though he's smarting. But not only was it, but the curiosity with people of that side is, no matter how they are mistreated by the northerners, it is curiously the Yorubas that they want to vest the anger on. So he gets mistreated by the northerners, and as is typical of people from his sector, they then take out the bitterness of that mistreatment by northerners on Yoruba people. It's quite a curious thing, and we've seen this happen severally. So it is to that space that the concern should be, but alas, they are claiming they are not concerned, is where I'm trying to phrase that utterance. So we are not concerned about Amechi Tinubu's camp. So all of that is to land on that headline. So from that headline to this one, World Bank United States pledged $3 billion support to Nigeria's energy transition plan. So what this means, we'll find out, just to deviate a little bit from politics and to see if there's anything that hope can be vested on in that headline or from that headline. World Bank United States pledged $3 billion support to Nigeria's energy transition plan. So what's in play there, we'll find out shortly. Buhari will support only APC candidates in the forthcoming elections. Presidency wants decamped party members. So Buhari will support only APC members. Presidency wants decamped party members, which is to tell you that Buhari still holds the reins to the INEC space, and he still has the keys to INEC servers. And he, of course, will determine who gets what in Nigeria. And if you have left the party, then you have left relevance, is what they are saying to you by inverted or inferred meaning. Buhari will support only APC candidates in the forthcoming elections. Presidency wants decamped members. So there it is right there. And then we land on this because there's always been a curiosity about that Obi Kobana, Kupa Kobana, e-money and all of that. There's always been a whiff of criminality around that space. And it looks as though the suspicions of criminality within that space is coming to bear. EFCC arraigns Cubana manager, one other, for alleged $164,000 money laundering in Lagos. So it is true that Obi Cubana, that voodoo money space that we used to spend a lot of time once upon a time. So we're back in the voodoo money space to see what the latest development is in that space. EFCC arraigns Cubana manager, one other, for alleged $164,000 money laundering in Lagos. So there it is right there. So what's in play there, we'll find out shortly. So the usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all of that. So bring you in properly. For a moment, we'll depart from the care guides, and instead we stay in the east and partake in another Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi go onye do I walk. O Mary woneni zu Biroya Abakare. Mamanda Mora, Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python thunders 1, 5 thunders 2, and 5 thunders 3. Una boire nande.
And they win the war.
5 thunders 1, 5 thunders 2, and 5 thunders 3. Una boire nande.
And there it is right there. And there it is right there, the Python dance song. Let me remove this thing from the screen. The hyperlink is there if you want to click on it, and if you don't, then that's fair enough. So I'm not going to label that too much. Let me just dive straight into it. I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort. Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo, Minister of State for Labour, has said he can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without security escorts. Keyamo, who is also the spokesperson of the presidential campaign of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, made the claim in an interview on Channels Television. He said, some people do, I can do it, I can do it. I saw headlines last week saying that I said insecurity has been brought to an all-time low by Buhari. I did not say so. It is still the season of wrong headlines. I said what we met on the ground, Boko Haram in the Northeast, was, let me take that again. He said, let me actually take the totality of it again. Festus Keyamo, Minister of State for Labour, has said he can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without security escort. Keyamo, who is also the spokesperson for the presidential campaign of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, made the claim in an interview on Channels Television. He said, some people do, I can do it, I can do it. I saw headlines last week saying that I said insecurity has been brought to an all-time low by Buhari. I didn't say so. It is still the season of wrong headlines. I said what we met on the ground, Boko Haram in the Northeast. I was specific, and so they quoted me generally to say Boko Haram and insecurity throughout the country. I only said Boko Haram in the Northeast. It has not been totally wiped out, but we have reduced this significantly. All the roads that lead to Chibok and Dambao in Borno, they are now passable. The issue of the farmer-herder crisis came to a height between 2017 and 2020. The World Terrorism Index said so, not me. The body also said the attacks reduced so much in 2021 and further reduced again now in 2022. So it is a downward spiral in terms of the farmer-herder crisis. In terms of banditry and kidnapping, they are in terms of banditry and kidnapping, they are on the rise in the Northwest and some parts of the Middle Belt. I have admitted that. So that is Festus Keyamo then. So avail him of a car of his choice and wave him goodbye at the borders of Abuja, and go wait for him to hug him welcome at the borders of Kaduna. So he must not be allowed to get away with that statement, just throwing it away so casually, just throwing it in so casually. I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort, Festus Keyamo. So he should then be made to drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort. The biggest beneficiaries of Peter Obi's presidential race is Tinubu, not obedience. Peter Obi won't affect APC votes. Reno Omokri making the assessment. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, Reno Omokri has opined that the biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race will be his APC rival, Bola Tinubu. According to Omokri, no Yoruba indigene will vote against his or her tribesman, even if they dislike the person. He stated that the same ideology goes for the Hausa man. He said the votes Obi will gather from the southeast region, which would eventually, let me take that entirely all over again. I'm not quite sure why the flow is not there today. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, Reno Omokri has opined that the biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race will be his APC rival, Bola Tinubu. According to Omokri, no Yoruba indigene will vote against his or her tribesman, even if they dislike the person. He stated that the same ideology goes for the Hausa man. He said the votes Obi will gather are from the southeast region, which would have naturally gone to the PDP. He added that Tinubu will likely get mass votes from Imo and Ebonyi states, either by hook or crook. So well, it's quite pertinent. I wonder. I hope he goes on to explain why he singled out those states. I think that might well be the Uzodinma factor, but let's see how he explains that. His post reads, the biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race is Tinubu, not obedience. Peter won't affect APC votes. The votes he will likely get are votes that would have naturally gone to PDP, including in the southeast, some non-Yoruba Lagos votes, a chunk of Benue votes, and a few votes in the peripheral states. There is a lot of hysteria which has blinded the eyes of the core obedience. The uncontrollable emotion makes them blind to a lot of things, one of which is that the Yorubas have never voted for a non-Yoruba when a Yoruba is in the race. It does not matter whether or not they like the person. Another is that the Hausa and Fulani have only ever voted for a Muslim. Whether he be from the north or south, you might raise the issue of Jonathan. I was one of the strategists behind President Jonathan's 2011 victory, and we lost in the north. What we are looking for was 25%, which we got in 2011, but could not get in 2015. In fact, we got less than 20% in Kano, Bauchi, and Yobe in 2011, and no core northern governor will risk his political future for a ticket that is seen by northern masses, rightly or wrongly, to be against their core interest. As extremely popular as he was, Kwakwanso tried in 2003. Go and ask him what happened to him. Tinubu is a master tactician. He knows Peter Obi cannot win, and he knows that very, very little of Obi's votes, if any at all, will come from him. He's aware that Peter is eating into the PDP vote, so he will promote Obi's candidacy through proxies because that is one of his paths to victory. All he would ask for, all he would ask for. Let me do that again. All he would ask from his Southeast foot soldiers is that they should get him 25% of the votes in at least 2 southeastern states, and he will get it in Imo and Ebonyi by hook or crook. So that is the Imo and Ebonyi space. So that's not to say, and that is quite a detailed breakdown, by the way. There is no, so we are starting to tire somewhat of this highly fantasized wishful thinking and crazed just I'm trying to be mindful of my words, but we're starting to tire of it somewhat because what Reno Mokri has described is the understanding of pretty much the whole of the political landscape. And this is how Nigeria's politics works, just how Reno Mokri has described it. And it's described it based on antecedents and then to project it to the future. So he's gone through 2011 to 2015. So, this time around they will shock you, this time around they will shock you. Those low wit sort of mantras that's been chanted. Nothing is going to shock anybody. Nothing is going to happen that deviates from what Reno Omokri has just described. Peter Obi is not going to affect Tinubu's vote one iota. Peter Obi is not going to get any votes from Yoruba land. Yes, there's the straggler, the odd person here and there, but it's not going to have any, everybody knows it's not having any impact in Yoruba land. And he's not going to get any Muslim-related votes, and then he's not going to get any other votes also that are either Tinubu fans or vested within the APC structure. So all of the votes that would have gone to Tinubu, and none of them will go to Peter Obi. Absolutely none. So that's just what Reno Mokri is saying, and there is no permutation that suggests otherwise. So there it is right there, but you can expect them, of course, to wail and gnash their teeth, as they often do. 2023 presidency, what Southern Middle Belt leaders demanded from Peter Obi. So Peter Obi still up in pay. Chief Ayo Adebanjo has opened up on what Southern and Middle Belt leaders demanded from Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi in order to support him. Adebanjo revealed that the meeting held in his home, and that Obi was asked to prioritize restructuring in exchange for their support. The leader of the Pan-Yoruba socio-political group Afenifere revealed that the meeting had in attendance top leaders of SMBLF, including Edwin Clark of the Pan Niger Delta Forum, Dr. Bitrus of the Middle Belt Forum, and George Obiazor of the Ohanese Indigbo Worldwide. He said, he, Obi, came to meet Southern and Middle Belt leaders in my house. It was an exchange of views. We believe in the same cause, he said, adding that they won't back any candidate that does not support restructuring. We are all partners in progress. The fight he is fighting is a fight for the oppressed. Restructuring was on the front burner. We should have a country first before we have any development plans. That is the pillar on which the Southern and Middle Belt leaders stand. Constitutional review, community policing, devolution of powers, and others are all embedded in restructuring. Where we have a constitution where everybody is dissatisfied, you won't have peace, and without peace, there will be no stability. These are fundamental. So there it is right there. So restructuring is the promise that they requested from Peter Obi, but did he give it is the thing. Has he even taken a position on restructuring is the wider question. We are not concerned about Amechi Tinubu's camp. Some supporters of the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, have reacted to the meeting between their principal and Governor Yemsin Wike of Rivers State. Correspondents had reported that Wike and Tinubu met outside the country to discuss issues relating to the 2023 presidential election. Feedback from the meeting suggests Wike, who is having a running battle with the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar, may reach agreements to support Tinubu and the APC in the 2023 elections. In a chat with correspondents, a source belonging to the Tinubu camp who spoke on the condition of anonymity said the Tinubu camp is not bothered about the former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi. The APC chieftain said Amechi has not shown support for Tinubu's presidential ticket and has been lukewarm to the party's preparation ahead of the campaign. He said the former minister does not have any electoral value to deliver Rivers State to Tinubu like Wike, adding that the governor's action is giving Amechi's camp sleepless nights. He said, we are not concerned about Amechi at the moment. He has been lukewarm to Tinubu's ticket, and we know Wike's action is giving his camp sleepless nights. In truth, what does Amechi bring to the table? In the last elections, how many votes did Amechi garner from Rivers for APC? In 2015 election, he raked in over 60,000 votes. In 2019, he brought 130,000 votes. What is all that? We didn't even win 10%. Politics is a game of numbers. You need to have people who will back your ticket, not people without electoral value. Wike has done far more than he did. I don't know how Wike did it, but he seems to have wormed his way into the hearts of his people, and they seem to support him more. The way we see it, River State is very important to anybody who wants to win the presidency. So there it is right there. No permanent friends, no permanent foes. I did say all the way through that that Rotimi Amechi was dispensable, and it looks as though he has been dispensed with, because it doesn't bring anything to the party now. What does Rotimi Amechi contribute? Even if he wasn't lukewarm, what does he contribute to Tinubu's electoral ambitions? He doesn't bring votes. He's not really especially a great campaigner. What does he bring? He will throw in some money. That's the most he can do, and maybe say some nice words. That's the most they can do. But Wike can actually deliver actual votes, and Wike has more of a commanding presence. So, of course, you jettison Rotimi Amechi immediately and go with Yemsin Wike. I mean, that is not even a consideration, surely. Not a consideration. So there it is right there. So let's go to this then. Somewhat of a deviation from politics. World Bank, United States pledge $3 billion support to Nigeria's energy transition plan. So let's see what's in play here. The World Bank and United States Export and Import Bank. Oh, right. So I think they are trying to follow the Chinese route with the World Bank and United States Export and Import Bank, Exim Bank, have plans to inject over $3 billion into Nigeria's energy transition plan, the global financial institutions announced on Wednesday. The pledge was made at the formal unveiling of the nation's energy transition plan by Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. Mr. Osinbajo, whilst speaking at the launch, said that the transition will gulp a cumulative of about $10 billion per year, totaling $410 billion for the entire transition plan build to be completed in 2060. The vice president disclosed that the energy transition plan will lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty over a decade. Shabam Chowdhury, the World Bank's country director for Nigeria, said during the launch that the organization intends to commit over that the organization, pardon me, Shaban Chowdhury, the World Bank's country director for Nigeria, said during the launch that the organization intends to commit over $1.5 billion towards the energy transition plan, on renewable energy, on power sector reforms, and on clean cooking and wherever opportunity arises. Sun Africa CEO Adam Cortez stated that Nigeria's energy transition plan has sped up efforts to show that Nigeria will be a fertile ground for investments in the future. Mr. Cortez revealed that talks are ongoing with the U.S. Exim Bank to support the project with $1.5 billion. We are in the final stages of discussion with U.S. Exim Bank on a $1.5 billion financial package, he said, designed to guide the country towards the twin goal of universal energy access by 2030 and a carbon neutral energy system by 2060. The energy transition plan will also outline strategies for Nigeria to provide enough energy to power industry and other productive uses. So again, a long-term goal for the energy space, a decade-long goal. $410 billion is the price that will pay for darkness yet again, no doubt. Buhari will support only APC candidates in the forthcoming elections. Presidency wants decamped party members. President Mohamed Buhari has made it clear he will only campaign for candidates of the All Progressive Congress APC in the 2023 elections. According to presidential spokesperson Garba Shehu, Buhari will not recognize former members of the party or politicians who have court cases against APC candidates. This was contained in a statement on Wednesday, August the 24th. The statement reads in part, the presidency wishes to put it on record and at the same time reassure faithful party members that President Muhammad Buhari remains a disciplined soldier of the All Progressive Congress APC and will, in all the coming elections, support only those candidates fielded by the party and no other. This is a warning to decamped party members and some others who are still in court against official candidates of the APC that they are on their own and nobody outside the party tent should link what they are doing to President Buhari. So there it is right there. You don't get more categorical than that. I think it's quite clear. Toe the line or lose your ticket or lose your relevance. That's just the thing. Because Buhari, of course, he controls INEC. EFCC arraigns Cubana manager one order for $164,000 money laundering in Lagos. So we're back to the voodoo money space again. So what's going on here? So this is now the last readout, and then we see who's available. The Lagos Zonal Command of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on Wednesday, August the 24th, 2022, arraigned Lucky Uche Chukwu Undukwe, a manager with Cubana Group, alongside one Precious Oferu Ofure, before Justice O.A. Fadipe of the Special Offences Court sitting in Ikeja, Lagos, for an offense bordering on conspiracy to launder money. Undukwe, also known as Cubana Prime Minister, and Ofure were arrested recently by operatives of the commission following credible intelligence received about their alleged involvement in the fraudulent activity. Items recovered from them include the sum of $164,000, iPhone mobile devices, and laptop computers. The charge against them reads that you, Precious Ofure and Lucky Undukwe, sometime in 2021 in Lagos, within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, did conspire against yourselves and laundered an aggregate of $164,000 fraudulently obtained by false pretense from one Elena Bogimes, a Canadian citizen, and converted the fraudulent money into the United States dollar with the help of a bureau de change, which was then credited into the bank account of Casa Cubana Estate Limited and Lucky Undukwe, respectively, for the purchase of two and landed property and committed an offense contrary to Section 330. During their arraignment today, Undukwe pleaded not guilty, whilst Ofure pleaded guilty to the charge. Consequently, the prosecution counsel, M.K. Bashir, reviewed the facts of the case and prayed that the defendant, Ofure, be sentenced accordingly. Delivering judgment, Justice Fadipe found Ofure guilty and sentenced him to 3 years imprisonment on 2 counts of conspiracy and money laundering, with an option of fine in the sum of 2 million naira and 100 hours community service. The judge also ordered the forfeiture of all the items recovered from the convict. Counsel to Udukwe told the court about an application for bail on behalf of his client. Justice Fadikwe granted him bail in the sum of 5 million naira with 2 sureties in like sum. Justice Fadikwe also ordered that the remand of Udukwe in the correctional facility pending the perfection of his bail conditions, and adjourned the case to October the 28th, 2022 to commence trial. So it's just it's a nondescript story really, but what highlights it, of course, is the Obi Cubana space. which we've always on this platform described as voodoo money. So it's just really to document that space again. So Thomas, I see you. Ayo, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. And Baba Akure, I see you. So good to have you, gentlemen. So let's kick it off with Ajanle Koko if it's ready to go. Let's see if Ajanle Koko is ready. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Yes, one man.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So let me take you through. Let me take you to it then. So this has been the one ask that the Nigerians person has asked of the Nigerian government. If you have secured the country so much, you drive without escort from A destination to B destination. So Festus Keyamo takes up that challenge. I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort. Festus Keyamo. So Ajanle Koko, can he borrow your car to you?
Thank you, one man. Let me say good morning, afternoon, and evening to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, you see, Festus Keyamo is becoming very, very irritating with his statement these days. Been making some utterances that you won't expect somebody of his caliber to make. We know quite well that he's lying. Nigerians are afraid of traveling between Kaduna and Abuja these days for the fear of being kidnapped. We saw the recent attack on the train. Which train that was attacked, the train services between Abuja and Kaduna. We saw how the terrorists attacked it and took a lot of people into captivity. And they were held for about 6 months, or maybe close to 6 months. The train attack happened in March, and most of those people were just recently released after payment of 100 million naira each. And you see, it's sad that somebody like Keyamo, who used to be a person that was very admirable to a lot of people in Nigeria because of his human rights activities, but only to join APC and be one of the cabinet members because of that lying in order to defend the administration, and lying to portray the administration as if they have gone do a good job on security. It's unfortunate. You shouldn't have said that. You should have said it better that, yeah.
Okay, he has said that, but should it not be put to the test, though? Because it's too easy. These people say all these things casually and they walk away from that statement. So he then, anybody to please avail him of a car if he doesn't have one, and it should be made to make that drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort.
Oh, well.
Except what price do you think the bandits would demand for him? I mean, it should be made to make that drive, or it should be made to make that drive, not just, you know.
The problem is that, yes, we will have asked an independent body to monitor him while he's making that ride without no security and show it on video for us to see. But who is that independent body that want to risk their life as well?
That's the thing.
Yeah. So that is the problem. So this is what APC and all their personnel and all their members are known for, lying and driving the governance of Nigeria with lie, propaganda, and misinformation. This is the way they've been running the state since they've been in government. And we have seen what they've given to us so far. They have failed in all respect of life, on security, on economy, on what do you call it? Everything. So they failed. So we didn't expect anything from them. Even in the drive for campaign, for even the Bola Tinubu is lie. They'll be telling Nigerians. You can see quite well, even when Shetima was there, when he went to the NBA, when he attended the NBA conference, he wasn't able to put before Nigeria what they have done as a party and as a government in power. He was not able to state it clearly that this is what we have achieved for you on economy, on security, on other areas that matter to the well-being of Nigerians. He wasn't able, but he was just referring to Tinubu what he did in Lagos as a former governor in Lagos. But what have they done as, what do you call it? The incumbent administration in Nigeria today. He wasn't able to market it because they failed in all areas.
But that wasn't the space of the conversation, though. It was to market Tinubu now, not APC. Was it not?
Can you separate APC? Can you separate Tinubu from APC?
Well, you can, because they are coming in with a different administration, and they've always said they will progress from what they have achieved, but with a different inflection.
Well, you cannot separate. It is the party that the people are going to vote for.
No, it is the personality, not the party. They don't vote for parties in Nigeria. They vote for personalities.
One man. It is the party that drives the personality into power. So what has the party done to the betterment of Nigerian people? What has the administration run by your party? What have they done to better the life of Nigerian people? It was not able to state it clearly that this is what they have done. You understand?
Well, within a 4-minute slot to make a presentation. So it's either going to promote the product that is intending to sell, or to speak about a product that is already in hand. So it is there to promote Tinubu now. I don't think he's essentially needing to speak about Buhari at all.
No, I'm not saying that he has to talk specifically about, but one man. If Buhari administration had been if they have recorded a success story, if there have been a success story, he would have said it. But because they don't have anything to say, so and you cannot separate the personnel from the party. It's the party that govern the country as a group of people, that people elected into the position of power. So he wasn't able to say it. But let that aside. But the main issue is that what's the name of that crazy guy? Keyamo was, he was lying. What he was saying is untrue. Nigerians cannot travel across the country by road anymore. Nigeria are traveling by air. Even the air right now is so expensive that a lot of people are stuck wherever they are. Economy is not going. They are facing economic hardship. Cost of flight from one state to the other, from Lagos to Abuja, is about 150, around between 150 and 170,000 naira. So they have destroyed the life of a lot of people and the future of a lot of people in that country due to their failure on insecurity. So Keyamo was lying, and people should stand up against him and tell him that he's lying. A lot of people that cannot drive on that road between Abuja and this should be able to speak up and tell him the danger there. If that place is that free, recently they said they are putting some army personnel around the road to guarantee security along that line between Abuja and this thing. If that place is that safe, why are they putting security personnel around there?
Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, please check the private chat and watch that video. You will see what Warriors achieved during his time. You'll see there. So I disagree with you that he has not done anything. But I'll join it.
I disagree as well, because
Yeah.
in terms of infrastructure,
yes.
I think he has done quite because even people on this platform, they've traveled to Nigeria to come and report back that no, that we are seeing improvements.
So please take your time to watch that. Then probably when I join, we'll go from there. He has performed well in infrastructure and roads. Well, I know there are some areas he needs to touch. Where he has not performed well when it comes to infrastructure, the economy, but we have to give it to him where he has done it. And even when it comes to the insecurity, this is not where Northwest were in 2013.
No, where they are is worse than
No,
where they are.
Northwest. I'm not talking of Northwest.
No, where they were there in
2013 was worse than where they were now.
No, that's not true. Where they are now is worse than the worst there's ever been.
All right, I'll just keep. I will join.
There wasn't insecurity in Northwest as at 2014 when they assumed power. There was no insecurity problem in the Northwest. And even in the Northeast, where we had insecurity,
Northeast.
Even in the Northeast, even in the Northeast, it was confined within the Borno area, Borno State. It did not spread to. It was confined within Borno.
It was confined within Borno. That was where they were.
It wasn't Borno alone in Northeast.
It was against three states.
Well, maybe not confined, but the impact of it was predominantly in Borno.
Okay, thank you, woman. That is what, yes.
Yobe and Adamawa too.
Yeah, there were skirmishes there, but
there were skirmishes, but not
to the level. The only
where we
is
have it today
now.
Yobe was to that extent.
No, it was not.
It was.
I doubt that. But
it was. You see, part of Northeast weren't safe then. We all know what was going on there. Even North Central, Abuja. We know what was going on Abuja then.
What was going on was Abuja was.
What happened in Abuja was a flash attack. Are you talking about the UN building, Abi? That was a
that was just
a flash attack.
Yes.
I'll join later. Just.
Yes, that was what we had.
Look at that. Rebrand Buhari already. You've gone and watched that documentary about this boy from the creeks, and then he's trying to paint you black as white. Have you gone to watch the documentary from the boy from the creeks? Adale Koko, let me tell you what they are trying to. Is this that one that looks like an Arab boy, sort of? That's the guy that they are throwing out to go and use Boju for them. Let me show you what is inspiring.
Woman, it is not Boju. It is the fact. It is not Boju. You see, when campaign starts fully,
this is what is inspiring. They've come up with a list of made up stuff, and then.
Ayo, what is your position here? Are you saying? Okay, let's watch it. Oh, I thought you were trying to show
Oh no,
something.
well maybe yeah, no, I'm going to show maybe a little bit of it because it's a 30-minute something. But
Yes, please do. Thank you.
this is where this is where so this is the pushback that we'll be hearing now. So it's this guy. I've seen this video during the round, but I cannot bear this fellow. That's why I've not really. I cannot just bear to watch it. I'll probably remove my headphone. But
completion under President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. Specifically, I refer, of course, to the second Niger Bridge. Of course, a mega project that comes with essentially 6 lanes of expressway on both sides of the bridge, and then of course you have the bridge itself, about 1.7 kilometers or so of 3 lanes on each side of the bridge. That's now going to be completed by November this year, of course, well within the life of this administration. We started it from zero, and we're going to bring it to 100%. In addition to that, of course, I don't have to tell you in that axis what we've done with the Lagos-Shagamu-Ibadan Expressway, something that's been in deplorable condition for several decades now. It was this administration through the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund that was established by President Muhammadu Buhari that has now been able to fund that project to near completion. I believe by December of this year, that will be fully completed. Already, most motorists across the Southwest have seen the extensive amount of work that's going on there. The same can be said for the Oyo-Ogbomosho Road that is under reconstruction. I think our citizens in the region are seeing the work that has gone on there. And then, of course, our good friends that are used to the kind of gridlock in Apapa that we've been seeing over the last 40 years are very, very well familiar with what President Muhammadu Buhari has done with the reconstruction of the Apapa-Oworonshoki Toll Gate Road, which is going to be completed again by the end of this year. These are projects that we have been working on for several years now that we're bringing to completion. And then, of course, if you go across the country, I've just mentioned a few out of about 30 mega projects that we're involved in. If you go to the South-South, you would see the kind of work that has gone on. If you go to the Aba-Port Harcourt Expressway, which we have now expanded to 8 lanes, like the airport road you see in Abuja, we've expanded that to 8 lanes through the CCECC. We have extensive work going on the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, the new 200 billion naira Boni Bodo Road, linking NLNG headquarters, our gas production headquarters on Bonny Island, to the mainland of this country for the first time. For the first time, we'll be able to facilitate the road transportation of gas products from NLNG on Bonny Island to the mainland. Once that's completed in 2023, we've already gone to about 50% on that particular road. So there are so many different road projects across this country that we're proud of course.
So there it is. That's just a flavor of it. So that's the rebranding of this element. So the fight back has begun at Janle Koko. By the time they finish, by the time this guy leaves, it will be Messiah. This is what we are. This is what they are. This is what the plan is.
Look, one man. You see all these rebranding or branding they are trying to make of Buhari's failure. Is it cannot really work.
I just want to ask you a question quickly, please.
Mm-hmm.
This is my question. If you have a daughter or a son who are taking maybe WAEC and has maybe 5 A credit, 5 A's, 2 C's, and 2 P or F, is that bad?
No.
Okay, so what is now an A star? What is A star? A star. Can you hear it? Say that again. Say what it's giving Buhari an A star. My God. Just from one.
Are you going to say he has not done
Buhari an A star? Yes. You are giving
he has not performed at all because he has not done well in insecurity and the economy inflation. So other areas he has done, are we going to neglect that? No, it should not be like that. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying but where he has done, we have to say it.
Okay, how do you rate Buhari's
5 A's,
performance?
5 A's and 2 B's. He just told you now he's an A-star student. 5
So
A's and 2 B's.
Buhari to you, by your own assessment, is a student by his performance.
I gave you a question. If you have a child or it so says, oh, I had
So to
has
you,
it done bad?
so to
You
you
have
now,
A's, yes, and
Buhari.
12. Is that bad?
So Buhari has performed, and you grade him
A-star.
A star,
So
right?
are you not saying Buhari performed woefully in all
He
sectors?
performed.
No, I'll be back
He
afterward. Let's continue.
performed
I
woefully.
will totally disagree with that, and I will come
Okay.
with my facts later. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go on.
Let me tell you how he performed woefully. Before they came to government, they promised us 3-point agenda for the country: anti-corruption, revamping of economy, and improvement on security. Those are their 3-point agenda that they came up as what they are going to tackle, which in fact, if they have tackled it well, it will have transformed that country to one of progressive countries in the world. But what happened? 7 years down the line, they failed in all those areas. Or do you want to tell me they didn't fail? Or not those 3-point agenda? Are you telling me that they have A's? Or what is your what grade? How would you grade Buhari's performance on those 3-point agenda? Ayo.
Okay, I have a minute again. Adaleko, please watch that.
No. Answer that question. Hold on. No. Let's do it one after the Ayo. Wait now. No, Ayo. Ayo, Nisuru. Let us do it one after the other. I've just asked you a question. Answer that question. Then you can ask me any question you want to ask me. 3-point agenda.
Okay, let's do it this way. Ayo, let Adan Lekoko run through, and then I'll come to you next, and then I'll play that video in its in the bulk of it, if not all of it, and then you can then talk us through that video.
Okay, woman, yeah, please do that. But I might not come in immediately because I'm still working. But it's just But
look at that, you are running now. And
no,
by the way, you gave Buhari an A. You gave Buhari
one man. Let him answer that question. Then maybe when you can expatiate on whatever.
Away, I will not. I said this to you yesterday. I intentionally resend it to you today again. I'm not running away from anything, and I will break it down by analysis from that video too, from what he has said, and with the fact is there. Go and check. So it's not saying what I'm saying or what he said. You cannot fact find it. Go and check it if it's right or not.
Ayo, the 3-point agenda. How would you rate Buhari on those 3-point agenda? Economy, security, and corruption, anti-corruption. How would you rate him?
Okay, I will rate him 50.
Yes. My God.
You asked a question. Okay. What would I rate him? I said 50. And when I'm back, I will back it up with why I said 50.
Okay.
I never denied the fact that I didn't say, oh, I'm rating him 70. I said 50. And I will tell you the reason why I'm saying that. And I will tell you where he has done to cushion that. And I will say it when I'm back there. But to say that, I said, please, watch this video with unbiased mind. Watch it to the end. And if there's anything you feel is not right there, you can fact check, Google check it and say, oh, what is said about this? Why we back? But watch it with unbiased mind. Don't say, oh, because if you don't watch the video with unbiased mind, you feel like you might be thinking, oh, it's PMB. So it will not be meaningful to you. You don't want to pay attention to it. But just listen to those thing, watch it from beginning to the end, and then make your points. When I'm back, we'll now roll up about it. Yes. I'll be back soon.
All right, back to Ajanle Koko. So there it is, Buhari, an A-star student. I never thought that Harris, but I did Harris. So there it is.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo fídíò náà náà.
Ṣé ká kúkú wò ń sè? Ṣé ká kúkú wò ń sè?
Jẹ́ ká kúkú wò náà.
It's just, you know, I've been seeing that video floating around. It's just I cannot bear this guy. That's why. But if Ajanle Koko is okay with it, then we can watch it now. Ajanle Koko, are you happy?
It's okay. If people want to watch it, I'm okay. I want to watch it too. It's okay.
All right. So
let's watch it from beginning to the end. Thank you.
All right. If we watch it from the beginning to the end, then we are going to have to abandon the talking points and make the session about the video. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. And I'm going to cap it at 5 hours. So let me acknowledge.
One man, sorry, does he watch it now? Does he watch
it? Since you has promoted it so fervently.
No. One man, he doesn't watch it.
Hey,
he doesn't watch it. I just got a suggestion. Let's go and watch it in our leisure time. Let's go and watch it in our leisure time.
With it. If you have not watched it, you see, there's something.
Maybe one man
doing something wrong.
Maybe one man want to let us go and watch it on our individual.
All right.
Then maybe tomorrow we can come and make comment about it.
Yes, all right. Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on, everybody. We'll go with what Ajanle Koko just suggested. So that already now gives us a topic for the afternoon session tomorrow. So the afternoon session will react to that video. So thank you for that, Ayo. But back to you, Ajanle Koko, and let round off Festus Keyamo for time, and then I want to move you on to Pa Debanjo and Peter Obi.
Yeah, Festus Keyamo is lying. This is what they are known for. They have been lying to Nigerian people. They have been, running the administration by propaganda, misinformation, and this is what they're known for. So, Festus Keyamo is not doing nothing that is unusual about APC. So, it's just part of it. But everybody know that security-wise, Nigerians are not as safe as they were in 2014. We are talking about the whole of the country. Back then in 2015 or 2014, it was limited to like maybe 2-3 states. The insecurity was limited, within 3 states. But now it has spread wide across the country, and majorly to northwest. Various villages have been ravaged by banditry. Thousands of people have been killed. IDP camp across the northern part of Nigeria. Some Nigerian refugee outside Nigeria, in the Republic of Benin. Nigerian refugee in Niger. Nigerian refugee in in Chad. So this is what Buhari have brought to us. So they should continue to lie to themselves and not to Nigerian people. So he's lying. Nothing is safe. He cannot ride on that road without escort. So Keyamo is a liar.
All right, brilliant. So let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. I think he was super chatting to Ayo's rather fantastic assertion that Buhari is an A-star student. So he's giving the attribution. He's saying my Aburo Tunde has been epic, hasn't he, folks? So that is to give the credit of those infrastructural developments to Tinubu, to Fashola rather. So my Aburo Tunde has been epic, hasn't he, folks? So that is, but we cannot single out Fashola, of course, because Fashola is a functionary of the administration. So it's not as though we are blaming insecurity on the army chief, we are blaming it on Buhari. So if there are successes, then the attribution also to Buhari. But thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So let me take you to a different...
In addition to that, in addition to that, due to security problem, the train services between Abuja and Kaduna has remained suspended since that attack on the rail. The train service even in the west between Lagos and Ibadan is not, operating at full capacity. They're operating at maybe 30% capacity due to high cost of diesel that power the train.
All right, Adan Lekoko, let's move on to another topic for reasons of time.
Okay.
Let me take you to the space. The meeting between the Afenifere group and the Middle Belt space with what's it called, Peter Obi. So the details of it are starting to emerge, and the one space that they tried to nail him down on a commitment is restructuring, which is the one mantra that those two spaces, the Middle Belt and the Southwest, that's the one mantra that they have been chanting all the way through. But what level of commitment would Peter Obi have been able to give them on that matter, which is the number one hot burning topic within the Nigerian space? Because restructuring, of course, it means constitutional reform. So was Obi able to give them, do you think, sufficient enough reassurance to nail down their support?
With this new development, it means that they have not fully put his weight behind him. They are giving him kind of conditional support. So maybe Peter Obi will later come out clearly on restructuring with a document on how it will affect it with, manifesto, to show it in black and white, clearly, stating it, how it will affect it. Maybe that will, until then, they'll be able to come out strongly in a support. So if they are still giving him these conditionalities that, okay, this is what we are expecting from you, you have to convince us. So we should not be attacking Baba Adebayo and for putting the weight behind. We know what those Baba stand for, Afenifere and the Baba Edward Clark. These are Baba that participated in the First Republic. They were there. They were part of the administration in the First Republic. They are part of the struggle for the independence of the country, and they experience it, how the regional government work well for the betterment of mankind, for the betterment of the people across that country in their different regions. So, and that is why they are hammering on this. And that is why we saw Baba Adebanjo, Afenifere, last time supported Atiku because Atiku, agreed with them and came out with, on his agenda, on his manifesto, how he will restructure the country. And Atiku is still saying it today, that he will restructure the country because when he grew up, it was as a result of the regional government that gave him education that make him what he becomes today. And that was the best time that, development were experienced rapidly across at each region in that country. So Atiku still stand on that, but because Atiku is from the north, that is why those Baba Adebanjo cannot put their weight before him. That Buhari have just finished the from the north is 7 years in power, and the power have to come to the south. So And that is the reason why they are supporting Obi, I guess, being from the east that never pursues the president in the southern part of Nigeria. So,
but Obi has not taken a firm position on restructuring. You know, because it's been somewhat vague and ambiguous on that topic. So he has not, to the public, given any reassurance that reassures. So what then reassures the Afenifere group that he would do this restructuring? Because it seems to me he has always avoided that topic.
Yeah, I think their support for Obi is based on principle that it is time for Igbo to produce the president, being a man from the south, and those that have been president in that country in the recent time were from both Yoruba and from the southwest rather, and the south. So it's only in the southeast, from the southeast, that we never have a president. So this time around, on the basis of fairness, equity, and justice, that is why they are putting their weight behind Obi. And with this latest development, it shows that their support for him is temporary, and he has to work hard to come out with his manifesto that will state clearly that yes, he is for restructuring.
So do they not have waited for him to do that before they gave him that support? Because nobody even knows Peter Obi's plan for the country, and they just give him this blank check without even knowing what he's intending or what he's bringing.
Yeah. Hold on. Did they say now that it is conditional? I mean, where's this language conditional coming from?
No. I didn't hear any conditionality. They said they had conversations around him and to tell him that the one thing that they will want from his administration is restructuring. Well, he did not tell us that Peter Obi promised that.
Oh, so Ajan Wilco is just packaging for them. Okay, no problem.
You see, I am describing it as a conditional support. You can still support and still put before that person, this is what we are expecting from you. So there is no way Obi will not come out with his manifesto. He will surely come out at a point in time. He will surely come out with the manifesto. So them now hammering
should they not have waited for him to come out with the manifesto? They don't know his plan now. So how can they just support him without a plan?
Yeah, well, I think that support is I can see it as an encouragement support. It's just to encourage him, to come out with what can really convince them, which is restructuring. And I believe Obi have to really convince them with his manifesto. Anytime he's coming out with his manifesto, I believe the issue
what if the manifesto is a disappointment? Will they withdraw their support?
Let me add on to that.
Those people now, you know them. They are not. They are very. They are not. They are not pushover people. You can't push them around.
But
okay. Yeah.
What if Tinubu includes restructuring in his own plan, and Obi doesn't include restructuring in his own plan? What will they do? They will apply. They will appear wishy-washy. They're stuck.
No.
They've moved too quickly. They've moved too quickly.
They are not.
Tinubu may as well put restructuring in his own plan, while Obi may be vague on restructuring. Then what will they do in that kind of hypothetical situation?
My brother, Ajali Koko, sorry, I just want to quickly come in if that's okay with you. I think the way they've done it is the right way to go about it. The support for Obi was not based on restructuring in the first place. It was based on equity and fairness. So they are now using their support to drag the man towards a direction of restructuring to say, look, this is something that we hold dear in our heart. We would like you to consider it when you are putting your manifesto together. So it is now up to Obi.
What if Obi doesn't want to follow that direction?
No. Obviously, you will have to, because he's trying to create a coalition of Nigerians. So ideas is part of that coalition as well. So he have to. If he doesn't take ideas from everybody, then it means that he's telling people that he knows it all. So this is how, to be honest, this is how you give your support to people. You show your support, and then you let them to know that, okay, this is what we want.
You give the support blindly. Do you give the support blindly?
No, it's not blindly list, but
that's blind support now. Somebody that has no manifesto, you backed in.
Obi said he doesn't need. Hold on. Obi said he doesn't need manifesto. That what has manifesto gotten? He's kind of saying he knows it all. So what are you saying now?
No, the support is not blindly. The support is to create equity and fairness. They've already said this. They want an Igbo person to be the next president. That is their main position.
So if an Igbo person has not committed to their stand, and now they've given him blind support, so what do we do with that?
That is their decisions to make. That is their own decision.
So they're wishy-washy. They're just vindictive.
I don't know, but that is their own decision to make. But their main objective was
the more we learn about it, the more he sounds like a spiteful decision. It is more an anti-Tinubu endorsement than a pro-Obi endorsement.
Wama, I don't agree with that, because these people have already said they want to support a candidate from the Southeast, that presidency should go to Southeast, even before Obi declare for office.
No, they never said that. They did. No, they did. I know what they said. They said for equity, the Southeast should be the president, and everybody was saying that as well. But they did not say that they were throwing their support. They're saying that ideally. It was only when Peter Obi came on board that they then categorically nailed it down to a support. But it was just a broad speak, which is what everybody was saying at the time, that power should go to the Southeast for reasons of equity, and they just lent their voice to that. But somebody without a plan, you just...
But one man, I want to ask you, is he only Obi on the only Southeast on the ticket?
How do you mean?
Out of the 18, is he only?
That's true.
Where are you going?
Obi is not the only Southeastern now.
Yeah, but Obi is the only viable one now.
But one man, they can't be biased. They should support every candidate from the Southeast.
What do you mean they can't be biased? They will only go with somebody that is viable now. They pick somebody that is representative of.
These people should go and sit down.
No. I think so back to Ajale Koko.
So we shouldn't see their support for Obi as if it's a miscalculation on their side, or as if they don't know what they are doing, or as if it's an anti-Tinubu stance that they represent. No, I believe that for them telling Obi now that, hey, this is what we are expecting from you, is a way of pushing him, to put in his manifesto clearly that restructuring solution. So, and I want to believe that Obi surely will pull that, because Ohanese wants it, Afenifere wants it, Baba Edin Clark group wants it. So the entire South wants restructuring. So this is what they've been clamoring for, and I believe Obi will surely put it in his manifesto. We know the reason why Obi haven't come out with a manifesto yet, because he run into a party that does not align with his political ideology and economic philosophy. So this trying to come out with a balanced manifesto that we satisfy labor.
Angelico, are you saying this because you want to say it, or is it for a fact that is the reason why he doesn't want to put out his manifesto?
No, you know that Labour as a party have their own manifesto.
So why would he join a party that is that's not consistent with his own views?
Yeah, that is the miscalculation on him, running into a party that does not align with him, political ideology.
That is the man that is not desperate to be president.
That's the real thing, because the Labour Party traditionally, globally, they are left of center. They are not even left of center. They are far left socialist.
Far left.
They're
the Labour Party is far left.
Yes. And Peter Obi, being a core capitalist, is almost far right.
Yes.
They're just ideologically different, completely.
Yes. So maybe
how are they going to put together a plan?
That's the big problem. Maybe the Labour are going to rewrite their manifesto now, which will inject.
Who will give way? Who will give way in that chasm?
That I don't know, but as far as I'm concerned,
because Peter Obi cannot present a Labour manifesto for Nigeria, it will fail, and the Labour Party cannot accept an extreme capitalist manifesto, which is where Peter Obi's natural instincts are.
And
so what's going to give?
There has to be a Labour Party after Peter Obi, and they have to stand for what they stand for, their principles. So another thing that is even intriguing me, the APGA candidate, Philip Umiadi, was Obafemi Awolowo's VP candidate in 1979. So if Afenifere really wants a Southeasterner, shouldn't they pick someone that ran on the same ticket as Obafemi Awolowo? This is mind-blowing.
Could it be him or maybe his son or somebody?
No, it's him, Philip Umiadi. The candidate for APGA directly ran with Obafemi Awolowo. So why will Afenifere close? I mean, people that were groomed by Awolowo did not pick Awolowo's vice presidential candidate.
Kulata, you just had one man said viable.
I beg, it should be based on the same principle. It's based on principle, not viability.
Well, principle, yeah, I agree with you, but someone who's viable.
Imagine Obi trying to privatize public sectors under the Labour Party. That would be a fight.
It makes no sense. You see, one man is. I mean, you guys here. I think one man and maybe some other person. You begin to change my view as to why Afenifere really. I mean, why would they even have to?
They move too quickly now, and I think it's Etano towards Tinubu. Because they were led by Etano.
Because if really like this, they all stood for this restructuring, and this guy, I think they've asked him several times about restructuring. He was silent about it. He didn't even say anything about restructuring. It's like doesn't have any plan for restructuring. So why would they want to support a candidate like that who has no plans for restructuring? And these are groups, the PANDEF, Afenifere, and they are all clamoring for restructuring. And this guy doesn't even want to touch it. He doesn't want to talk about that topic. So it makes me start questioning that decision of why.
He has said he supports state police. That's part of restructuring. It's just to how extent you want to go. That is the problem. How far you want to take the restructuring to, that is the issue. But he said he supports state police, which is part of restructuring as well.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he talk on state police, but that is just maybe 1% of the totality of.
He didn't talk about state police. Sorry, let's just be clear. He did not say state police. He said he will give the governors in the component states authority over the commissioners of police. So in the manner that I think they said Obasanjo did. So he will give them more authority so that the police commissioner does not have to defer to Abuja all the time, but the buck stops with the governor. But the structures will still be the same. He will just give them more authority over it. But what people are asking for is outright state-owned and controlled policing.
Yeah, I think you are right. I think you are right, one man. That is how he said it. You are very right.
Yes.
It's
guy
very, that,
is a
very
guy
vague.
man
one
now.
man,
Is a guy man.
one man. That for me wouldn't be too much of a bad idea, but it still needs some form of adjustment around it in terms of recruitment. So because these state police that we are clamoring for, some of these governors, they are useless people. You know, they will just turn this thing into some
Let us practice it. Put in place
self-military
institution that will checkmate that. You
Yes.
can always do that. Put in place institution that can checkmate the powers of a governor using the state police to harass his opponents. We can always do that. Let's not always bring in some excuses for not wanting to do something. Let us try it. Let us move that. Let us take that stride first. Then we know what's going to happen next. You know, rather than say we just postpone it because we don't want to.
it. Maybe we need more like regional policing rather than
Maybe
state.
that too.
Because I'm not sure that even some of the states can afford to
as well. So
Yeah.
I think the regional one make more sense as well. And what they need to do as well is the recruitment process. They need to stop this transfer of officers from one state to another state. Just
It
recruit
makes no
people
sense.
locally. It makes no sense. Just recruit people locally and let them
How can
work in their local
somebody
area.
from, even if it's an excellent officer, how can somebody from, let's say, let me not use Borno, let's say somebody from Benue, how can he go and be a policeman in Abakaliki?
It doesn't make sense.
Him. He doesn't know the landscape. He's uncomfortable there. They're uncomfortable around him. It's just nonsense.
It doesn't speak the language. So it's crazy the way they just recruit them locally and let them police their environment. Simple as that. The police officers should go to work like everybody when they finish and go home like everybody. Not this idiotness that we still have police barracks across Nigeria. Nigeria is the only country that once they hold something, 100 years, they will never change that thing. It's like they are endemic to changes when it comes to change.
And if they use that system, you know, they are incentivized to do even more. If I, let's just give myself an abstract name. If let's say me, Bayo from Oyo, you know, I'm policing in Ekiti. They are still my people, and because we speak the language, so they're still my people. So I want to do more to keep them safe. But if I'm Bayo and I'm policing in Borno, I just want to collect my salary and make sure I live there alive. Whatever happens to them, happen. As soon as I've left that place, I've lost I have no interest in it anymore. So it's just basic now. We have to reform this. But this is the space then that back to Adale Koko that Peter Obi has been docking. No position on restructuring. Everything just abstract and just vague, empty promises. Back to it, mantra chanting.
We be expecting him. He still have time to present his position clearly on restructuring. The elderly people in the West, in the East, and the South are presented before him what is most important to them and to us as people in the South. So him from the South now have to come out clearly on a position on restructuring to convince them, yes, that they can do better. His failure to come out clearly on restructuring, I think he could. Those people still have the right to pull back their support for him if he cannot guarantee them. We still have 8 months away from election time. They can still pull their support from him. They have nothing to lose for not supporting anybody this time around. So, but in principle, they have demonstrated that yes, is the Easterner that haven't got that position of presidency, but now they are supporting the Easterner in principle, based on equity, justice, and fairness. So it is now left for Obi, to convince us as people that yes, he is reasoning the way we in the South reasons too. So it's left for him. On the side of Baba Yadebanjo, Afenifere, and the others, yes, they have done their own part. He have to do his own part to show us that yes, it's a serious candidate. We should see Obi as just a new person in this game. What I mean by new person, I'm talking about the presidential race. This is his first time. It's just something that just happened, something that he never planned for. What is the phenomenon is enjoying now? He never expected it. So, but, he have to convince us that he can be a very serious president if he eventually become the president of the country. And the way to do that is to convince us on that restructuring, and that will boost his chances of getting more votes from the South, because it's an idea that is so dear to our heart. We want restructuring. We believe that restructuring will restructure the country in so many areas of our life and can transform that country, meaningfully well for us today and for the future of that country as well. So the ball is in Obi's court. Those Baba have done their own part. It's Obi that have to, convince us that yes, he can do the job.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, for time, let me go on from you to Baba Akure, who patiently waits. And let me kick you off, Baba Akure, from this space. Buhari will only support APC candidate in forthcoming election. So it's the presidency that is releasing this. So this is coming virtually, in fact, really from the man's mouth himself. Presidency wants decamped party members. So what are you making then of that assertion? It sounds somewhat like a threat, but what's your reading of that? Buhari to only support people that are within the party.
Good night, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you very much for having me this evening anyway. So, well, Buhari, for saying that, he is right, because he also supports his party. It doesn't really matter. But for me, it is for you to say something that, okay, you are supporting this person, and it's another thing for you to do otherwise. Because Buhari is from northern part of Nigeria. Atiku is coming from the northern part of Nigeria. So if they really plan to, if they really want the power to retain in the northern part of Nigeria, in most cases, so then they will have to support PDP, which is Atiku. So it is for him to say that, okay, well, I'm going to support somebody from PDP, or APC, but eventually support PDP undergroundly. So that is my take on that. So, but if he does support his candidate, if they win, so then they will have to cover his trap. I know that Ayo is posting a lot of things here that
look how quickly they got Ayo. Just one video and Buhari is a star. I won't believe it. Just one video. Even you put up a resistance before the obedience got you, but they got Ayo easily.
No. The obedience didn't get me. Mama, don't go there, man. Obedience didn't get me. It's just that I just want a better Nigeria, because I don't see, to me, it shouldn't be, with what we have seen so far, it shouldn't be issue of tribalism or religion or whatever at this moment. I think the best thing is for us to choose the person. I'm like I said, I'm not saying that Peter Obi is not corrupt, but I think he is the best person among all these three big wing that is running for this presidential seat. So that is why I support him, not because
based on what? What do you?
What?
Yes.
You said
it's the best. He says it's the best, and I said based on what criteria?
Okay, number one, he is younger. Number two, he has been the governor of a state, though everybody's saying that he's not performing well. But at the same time, at this time, we don't really care about all that. We care about somebody that is in youthful age that we think he will lead Nigeria into a better place. And as a matter of fact, we all saying here that, okay, it is not Tinubu will not be the person that will be running here and there. He will have to employ technocrat that will be doing the job. So the same thing, Peter Obi. Let these people go home and relax, and let the youth take over the realm of this government of realm of Nigeria. So it's not, to me, it's not issue of tribalism at this time around. It's not that to be catch me.
So
I just think
so everything you said is because he's young, and let the youth take over. I don't see being young coming with new ideas or fresh ideas.
Well, I know that Tinubu might be your own choice.
No, I'm
your own choice.
No, hold on.
For me, I hold that, and if I could be in Nigeria today, I would vote for Peter Obi. It doesn't really matter.
No, I'm saying that's fine.
I may waste my vote, but that is the person I might choose.
Yeah, he told you now that he performed well as the governor of
no, that's not what he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
He said that. He said, but some people said he didn't perform well. He said, but
okay,
he did well. Yes.
Okay, I think it's that about the people. Okay, yeah. So it's based on the fact that age is on his side, and he performed well in Anambra as a governor, and then you said the youth will take over the government.
Yes.
How?
You see this issue of propagating Tinubu. I don't have any problem with Tinubu.
No, forget Tinubu. No, let's talk about Obi. No, I don't want to talk about
because
Tinubu.
There is no way we are going to talk about Obi that we are not going to bring Tinubu into this matter.
No, forget Tinubu for now. Let's just focus on why you.
Okay,
I'm just curious why you support, and you've kind of like told us now that he's young, he performed well as a governor. And the last one, the youths will take over the government.
And I think in earth-wise, I think he will be much more withstand the pressure of Nigeria. Like we be saying that, okay, technocrat is going to take over the charge for Tinubu. Why don't you let that technocrat to work for Peter Obi, and let's see how this country will go, rather than just recycling old people every single time.
Because Peter Obi has not shown the creative talents to manage talented people.
So now
it doesn't have the touch.
I understand what you are saying. So now they will package another person for us now. They will package another person for us. Oh, this person has been building Lagos. Lagos have been, so they use Lagos as the focal point of the campaign. But some people have been there. Jack Onde has been there working in that Lagos before Tinubu even came. So why don't people mention all those achievements that those people have done before Tinubu took over, and then do more job on what those people have done, rather than just earmark all the achievements of Lagos on Tinubu just because they want him to win election. I don't have any problem with him. If he wins, the good luck for Nigeria. If he doesn't, good luck for Nigeria. But I only pity Nigeria.
Do you know what I noticed now? Do you know what I noticed about you?
No, tell me.
You are emotional supporter. Did you agree with me?
It doesn't really matter. You can say anything you want. That is my own decision. You have your own decision. You can vote for Tinubu because you are a Yoruba man. But I'm from Yoruba too, and I can as well choose whoever I want to vote for. It's not issue of emotional. We have seen enough in Nigeria, and a lot of things are going on. It's not issue of emotional. And I just pray. You see all these people that are propagating one party and another party, and I hope their family has not been kidnapped or they involved in all this nonsense that is going on in Nigeria. You see, it is very easy for us to just come here and just bring. Do
you not think Peter Obi is too high risk for the way Nigeria is now? Do you not think taking a chance on Peter Obi is too high a risk?
I don't see that, because like everybody I'll be saying, like I will say it again, like everybody I'll be saying, you said Tinubu is not the person that is going to work, Atiku is not the person that is going to work, they are going to employ technocrats. So I don't see Peter Obi as a risk.
Peter Obi, everybody will now, and that's the way to do it.
So I don't see Peter Obi as somebody that we can gamble with. Even all those people that we're talking about, Tinubu, Atiku, is all of them are just gambling. If they win, we don't even know what they are going to do.
Yeah, but Peter Obi is the biggest gamble of them all.
No, one man. I don't believe in that. That is
because it's an unknown quantity. It's an
anyway.
Unknown
That is my opinion. And it cannot change. Like I said, if I could be in Nigeria during the election, I would vote for him.
Baba Kure, quick question.
Be me alone.
Baba Kure, quick question. So Peter Obi's economic policy is basically austerity, right? Is austerity what we need now in Nigeria?
So who is going to be liberal to you? Who do you think that is going to be liberal?
I'm asking you a question. I mean, Mumbai question. Peter Obi's, if you go to his antecedents, he saved money, he saved money, he saved money. That's the reoccurring theme, which is he cut this, he cut that, he cut costs, which is austere measures now. So let's just call it austerity. So
does that mean that Nigeria is not going to develop and people are not going to be able to feed themselves?
No, I'm asking you now, because you are the Peter Obi supporter, that austerity is his action plan. I mean, if you base, I mean, we don't have his manifesto, so the only thing we can rely on is past. So his past is based on an austere past. So if that is what he does, is that what will work for us?
I think that will work for us.
How?
Because you see all this money that some people just cut grass and just collected $180 million. I mean, 80 million naira.
That is corruption. That is not austerity.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but sorry, Baba, but that is what Peter Obi was talking about. He was talking about the wastage in government, not really cutting costs for cutting costs' sake. He was talking about the wastage in government, that if you can rein in the wastage in government, then you have enough fund for other things.
And to Kulata, do we not need austerity measure now?
No, we don't.
We don't need austerity. No, Nigeria. If Nigeria goes to austerity measure,
let me just add this. Nigeria has to spend itself out of trouble, not save.
You don't have the money. Where are you going to get the money to spend? When you don't have the money, what are you guys talking about? What do you want to spend? It's what you have that you spend. You don't have nothing.
Have money. You have plenty of money. We do.
Your balance sheet is in zero.
We are underborrowed as a nation.
Who told you that you are underborrowed?
According to Finch.
According to Kulata.
No, Finch is even better.
According to Kulata economic theory. According to Kulata economic theory. Beer parlor economic theory.
Let's hear from Exero coming. Yes.
Please. It's not going to be fair if we bring out our own figments and then we start to argue about it. We hear what this man says every time. He says production. He says there's a large expanse of land in the north that is not being utilized. That once they go into production, all these lands will be utilized.
Exero. Before you continue, those are talking points. If you wait now, Parabale, wait.
They use the word austerity.
So I mean, what he does, I mean, cutting costs and cutting this is austere. Those are austere. Those are austere measures now.
If somebody wants to cut expense, you can see the country.
Yeah, but wait now. Say, is it in an austere environment that you will get more? Does austerity bring more productivity?
It wasn't that extreme.
It is you that is painting that picture. Yeah, what the man said is he's going to cut excessive spending.
That is how APC supporters always behave.
What he's talking about is frugality, being frugal.
People are going around with 50 cars behind them.
But you guys know Keynesian economics. Like when an economy is in trouble, the government should be the last spender. The government should be spending to spend your way out of trouble. Is when you are rich. Is when you are rich that you should start cutting costs so you can save more. But when you're in trouble, you need more money to spend.
You will spend what you don't have.
What the man said.
But when you don't have, uncle, spend. In the situation you don't have.
We do have money. Let's move away from this idea where we don't have money. We have plenty of money. Nigeria is under borrowed.
You know we are almost broke. So we should borrow ourselves
Tell me where we have the money. Do you have the money or you want to go and borrow?
Yeah, we borrow now. Everybody borrows.
Okay, you borrow. You borrow to do what? To do what? One man. What do you want to do with your economy?
To expand the economy.
What of the economy? What of all the borrowing that I've been making for 7 years? What has he expanded anything?
Well, we just watched the video. What do you think paid for all that infrastructure that Buhari built?
It's not only borrowing and spending the money in the wrong area, like building a train from Kano to Maradi.
Like the second Niger bridge is the second Niger bridge bad spend.
Can't you even see the way the Easterners are everywhere? That's one is.
You know, answer the question.
Maradi, what are we going to get from Maradi in the next 20, 30 years? Is it enough? Is it up to what we are getting in Lagos in one day?
Pardon me. Is the second Niger bridge, is it a bad spend? Answer that. Is it a bad
good
spend?
Because there's transport, and even if you put toll gate there, you will make it. If you make that, you recoup that money in 1 year. Those people are moving every day. But who is moving to Maradi? What is moving to Maradi?
Buhari and his people are moving to Maradi. What are you talking about?
How many people?
Buhari and his people, they are moving to Maradi.
They move cow, right?
You know they're moving us to get the cows off the roads.
You don't want them to have train access to their country. Is that what you're saying?
What's the economic value? How much? My brother, before you expect, you know how much was spent there? Before you make such expenses in a country that is almost being overshadowed by the money we are using to pay for this debt. It's now more than the debt itself.
According to African Development Bank, can I say something?
The country that is servicing debt should be spending wisely in the right place. Where do we have
let me throw this to you. According to African Development Bank, if you look at
why is Bian wearing a face mask in bed? I mean, unbelievable. It's just anyway.
One man, shut up! I'm at work.
I'm not going to make any Eastern comments because I'll stop.
You can make any comments. I've come for you. Shut up.
All right.
According to African Development Bank, Niger, Burkina, half of their imports comes from Benin Republic and Togo.
I'll be back.
And Cameroon.
Even Chad, it comes from Cameroon. So only like 5% comes from Nigeria. So what's the point of the rail system? And they don't have rail from the port in Benin Republic. They don't have it straight to Maradi.
Do you know that train service? Do you know it was a good Dog Jonathan plan?
You mean from Nigeria to Maradi?
Yes, it was a good Dog Jonathan plan.
But was it ever done during the Good Dog Jonathan?
No, it wasn't. But it's one of those things that they model. So the modeling of it was actually done under Goodluck Jonathan's administration. It was Rotimi Amechi that went to dig it up to gift it to Buhari for the presidential ticket, which he never did get.
So what happened to the third?
How viable it is? That's the question.
Bridge then.
The third one?
The second Niger bridge. Who started it?
That was a Goodluck Jonathan project
exactly.
as well.
Okay.
Right. But the execution of it was under Buhari.
For one man, to you, between Maradi Road and second Niger bridge, which do you think is more economically viable?
Well, it depends now because the Kano Maradi train that is a transnational business portal, but the second Niger bridge is an intra facility. It's an internal facility for so this is for international trade, isn't it? Which comes with a foreign exchange. Is there any foreign exchange to be earned on the second Niger bridge?
One man, you make me
No,
laugh.
but one man.
So even in today's economics of the world, when we see Russia surviving without international foreign exchange, and their rubles is gaining, and you still don't capture
Russia is forcing people to buy their oil in rubles now. So why won't it do
we
what?
can force people to buy our oil.
Now, so go and force them now. That you even have buyers going. You should thank God.
All right, let's get back to Baba Kure.
We can implement. We are just dumb. That's what we are. We are just dumb.
All right, let's get back to Baba Kure who has the floor. And Baba Kure, now round off your thoughts on that space, and then let me take you to the space of Peter Obi's meeting with the Afenifere and the Niger and the Middle Belt leaders.
Okay, the point is that we are talking about how Buhari said he will support APC. That is what led us to all this. So, like I said, he is free to support APC candidate, which is Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Shetima. But how are we sure that he's going to support them in real life? It might be talking like that, but work undergroundly against them. So, because they have somebody there that's really from another part of Nigeria, which is Atiku. So, but time will tell anyway. 2023 is almost here.
All right, brilliant. It's only a few months away anyway. But Baba Akure, so to that space then, 2023 nearly here, and the Afenifere, they've moved very quickly to endorse Peter Obi. So after endorsing him, they are now trying to get a commitment for him regarding restructuring. Have they got that thing? Have they got that back to front? Should that not be is that in the wrong sequence? Having endorsed him now wanted to get a commitment.
I think if that is the case, they made a wrong move. I think they're supposed to have reached some consensus agreement, particularly about this issue of restructure, before they can support him. That okay, they want to support him, but for them supported him before asking if he want to do restructuring. I think that is a wrong move. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter. They can still withdraw their support and support another person who they believe that he will support their agenda. But out of these people, I don't really see anybody who really want to restructure the country.
No.
So because Shetima was saying on I think maybe on Channel TV the other day that some people are talking about restructuring. Restructuring on his foot. Nobody is going to restructure anything. What are they going to restructure? When country is going to work nice, when everything is going to be fine. But we are waiting until that time and see how it goes. But they can still withdraw their support from Peter Obi if he doesn't go with what they are demanding for. So,
do you think as a Yoruba social cultural group, Afenifere should be endorsing Peter Obi?
There is nothing wrong in that. They are free to choose whoever they want. Like me, like I said, if I could be home to during the election, I will vote for Peter Obi. It could be me alone in my own village. It doesn't really matter. That is the person that I want to vote for. So this is no issue of I'm from Yoruba. Then Bola Ahmed Tinubu is from Yoruba, and that is bullshit. With what we are facing in Nigeria right now. It is no issue of you are from northern part of Nigeria, you are from eastern part, you are from Yoruba. We need somebody that we think can lead us. I'm not 100% trust Peter Obi, but I think he is the best candidate in my own opinion.
You just want to see the back of these old corrupt politicians.
That is just get rid of all of them. Even if Nigeria can take back the country from all of them, I will be so glad. Just take the bull by the horn. Take the country back. It doesn't really matter. We may not even have president. Just take the country back from these people because we have suffered enough.
Baba
One of them, yes.
Baba so what if Peter Obi wins? He gets in and immediately they just impeach him. What will you now do? What will you say about the old guard? He wins and they impeach him.
And they impeach him. then somebody have to then we have to conduct another election, or somebody have to.
No, you don't now.
Yeah, but they can, my brother, that you see that word they keep saying that we impeach the Nigerian president. It's nearly impossible. Nigerian president is one of the president that it is nearly impossible to impeach a Nigerian president. Just because you pass a law in the Senate or a vote in the Senate does not necessarily take the president out of office. There's still other process you have to go through.
Oh, my brother, you are wrong, go. You are wrong. They nearly impeached Obasanjo. Is the Action Congress in the Senate that went for a meeting and met with Obasanjo that they don't want them to impeach a Yoruba man. They could have made attempt to impeach Obasanjo. You are wrong, my brother.
My brother, are you aware that at that time you're talking about, even governors didn't even have immunity at the time? I'm telling you, they've changed a lot of these laws. At the time you're talking about, governors did not even have immunity then. These people, they've put things in place that make it almost impossible for certain things to happen.
I'm going to disagree with your points. I don't know the name of the person who's speaking right now.
That was Hakeem.
Okay, if we really have, if our politicians or legislators really have had, if they really want Nigeria, if they really want to defend Nigeria, regardless of your party, I think if somebody is doing okay, let's say Peter Obi win as president of under Labour Party, and maybe he has maybe 10 or 20 senators of 50 out of representative. I think if all our legislators really have the heart of Nigeria, I mean, they want to work for Nigeria, doesn't really matter which party the president's from. In as much as doing what he's supposed to do, if there is no traces of you are spending money illegally, or you are spending money anyhow, or the way it shouldn't be spent, I don't think they should be able to impeach him or impeach anybody of such. But it's just that Nigeria politicians, they are just too greedy. All what they want is, anyway, I pity Nigeria. That's let me just leave that.
No matter where you look, you have to pity Nigeria, because there's really none of the three of them. We're just really nothing will change really if Peter Obi Atiku
if they do not restructure Nigeria, nothing is going to work. That is the fact. We can't. Anyway, all right, woman, let's move on.
All right, let me move you, but we're still with actually, let's leave Peter Obi for a moment. We'll come back to him in just a second. I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort. So this is Festus Keyamo. That's been the invitation that a lot of people have been making, that if you say you have secured the country, then drive from a point to another without escort. So he said this on Channels Television when he was cornered. Should they then make him, by his word, make that journey without escort? And then if it comes back on the other side, then we surrender to Buhari.
One man, you see, Keyamo, he's just talking nonsense, right? He's just talking nonsense. I'm going to refer you again to the interview he had with Seun Okinbaloye. When they asked him, I mean, when he said in his own mouth that, oh, if the parent of the students, if they are here now, I will kneel down for them. And after that, Seun Okinbaloye put it to him that Mr. Keyamo, you said in your own word that you will kneel down for the parent. What did he say? He said, if I see them. The man said, no, that was not what you said. You said if they want you to kneel down for them on this stage, you will kneel down for them. He said when he sees them. So that was the person I will now believe again with what he just said about he could drive from Kaduna to Kano or from Kano to Abuja. Where he's living large, he live in his bubble. So he's so happy because he just got new position, and what is going on in Nigeria has not affected his family. That is why they are doing this. And
Festus Keyamo's biggest ambition is to be the Attorney General of the Federation. Oh, yeah. And he pushed very hard for that in 2019. But
Yes.
of course, because he was even going around the television studios that are saying, oh, if they give me the portfolio, this and that. But he's seen a second chance under Tinubu, who he
Yes.
feels as a southerner. But Tinubu will never give it to him, of course. Tinubu will give it to a Yoruba man.
One man.
No,
yeah.
you cannot say that one man.
Go
ahead.
You see, somebody like this Keyamo tells you that we are in serious trouble. Somebody who is so enlightened like that can decide to cover his eyes, boju, and be telling us about that. It shows you the kind of people. In fact, I'm scared for Nigeria. I'm scared.
It's going to be worse than even Malami if he becomes the Attorney General.
Yes, I'm scared for Nigeria.
You cannot speak truth. You see truth, you cannot speak it, but you want to turn it around. Man, how much more
Baba Kure, national mind. Do you expect him to be speaking? It's doing his job. Are you guys surprised?
Yeah, well,
there are certain things you cannot defend.
No, forget it. Forget
it. Functionary of the administration. Are you saying what? I mean,
okay. Look at when they interviewed. We are going to compare the interview Seun Okinbaloye did with this guy Dati to that of Keyamo. He asked Dati, so how are you guys going to solve a security problem? He said they have solution. The man asked him 3 times. We have solution. Don't worry, my friend. We have solution. Okay.
That dirty of a guy, I don't even understand him. I mean,
so if you like Keyamo, there are some certain things that you will just if you don't have correct answer and you don't want to receive backlash, you just dodge that.
Baba Kure, that guy's a young guy and he meets your criteria. So what do you say about that? I don't know. I mean, we do. He's a young guy, and you're the one that said these young people are nothing.
Okay, so what you are saying to me now is that we don't have young people that is trustworthy in Nigeria.
I gave you an example of your criteria failing. I'm not saying we don't have young people.
I understand all what you are saying now. So now, are you trying to tell me now that okay, we should be recycling those?
Nobody said recycle. Okay. You look for you need to study properly. Is either you can look at one person's plan and look at the ability to execute the plan, or if you don't have a plan,
that's based on the antecedents.
If you don't have a plan, you look at the past, what they've done in the past. It's not just this is young, this is old. That doesn't make it well. In my opinion, that doesn't make that much.
Well, we've been in that young space with Gowon, Obasanjo, with Buhari himself. All of them, they came into prominence. They came into national prominence as young rulers. So there's nothing to suggest that youth brings anything,
All right, if that is how you guys see it, but I see different.
Baba Akure, I think Buhari's poor performance has showed us that people at that old age cannot even perform well. We knew the way he performed when he was young in the 80s. He was an action head of state. But as an elderly man now, he's not just old, he's an elderly man now. He doesn't know anything going on around there. So the same way those crappy old men that are carrying Agbada around, so the same way it's going to happen. When Tinubu was a governor of Lagos State, he was in his 50s. I performed very well. He have the energy, he can monitor, he can research, he can stay up night, he can work 16 hours a day. Do you think he still have the same energy to do the work now? Or Atiku, they don't have it. You people should not forget about plan that antecedent. Which antecedent? Buhari had an antecedent of an action governor, action head of state in the 82. What did he do now? He
had antecedent of destroying Nigeria.
The same plan they used to deceive us in the last 7 years, and we are in a deep trouble right now. Even anybody that win this coming election, we don't even know what is going to happen because there will be no money to run the government safe. So anyway, if Bola Tinubu win the election, he's going to spend his money. Maybe we get back some of the money that he has.
All right, brilliant, well put. Let me take you to this space, Baba Akure. we are not concerned about Amechi Tinubu's camp. So this is coming off the back of the meeting that Tinubu had with Yemsin Wike in London. So they are somewhat confident of the back of that meeting, and they are making the calculations that in terms of energy and action, and in terms of who the people of River State are with at the moment, that's certainly Yemsin Wike. And then they look at Amechi, who though is their party member, and nobody thinks he's in support of Tinubu. He is even happy to see Tinubu fail. So that's the sacrifice then. And the battle in River State, of course, between Amechi and Yemsin Wike. So they are by extension then saying they are ready to throw Amechi under the bus to have Wike champion their cause in the South. So what are you then making then of that assertion? Is that just expedient politics?
Well, for that issue of River State, if Wike can really deliver River State, how come, though I don't really know the number of those delegates that voted for him in River State during the presidential, when he was fighting to get a PDP ticket. So if he could not win at that time, so how come he's going to deliver River State for Tinubu at this time? So to me, I know that Wike will of course work for Tinubu. We've seen that some, and a meeting that they had in London already proved that, because I made to understand that this guy in what's the name of this Benue governor,
Samuel Otom.
Exactly. I read that they both went to meet Tinubu, but to me, it's going to be very hard for Wike anyway to deliver River State for Tinubu.
I don't think it will be hard, because River State it completely belongs to that man at the moment. Nobody has any stake in that state apart from him.
So,
maybe the rest of the South, I don't know. But River State, I think,
if River State belongs to him, how come? Can we get the number of those who voted for him to be the president?
No, he would have gotten all his delegates from River State now, but that's just one set of delegates.
How are you
sure? Because the state belongs to him. It was a close-fought race. The person that actually tipped it was the Tambuwal followers. So it wasn't as though he was categorically, it wasn't flogged at the primaries. He put up a good showing. He had strong votes. And of course, he would have had his states as well.
Well, to me, well, time will tell anyway. I don't see how he's going to.
Yes. If Wike supports Tinubu, that's the River State gone. That's it. Because don't forget, even the splitters between Amechi and Abe, Magnus Abe, even though he's going for governorship under a different ticket, he has come out to say for the presidency he is fully supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So if Wike then take PDP as well to not like even the campaign, just work within PDP to support Tinubu, then that's it. Tinubu will win River State.
Sorry, Babakure. Akim, if Wike is able to deliver River State, how many more states within the South falls within his sphere of influence that he will be able to deliver as well? Or is it just his own home state that is able to deliver?
I think that would be River State, and I think that would then make Edo State close to APC as well, because it means that the Dan Obi faction in Edo State, who are loyal to Wike, will automatically then switch their alliance to Tinubu as well. Because I know that the Obaseki faction are kind of on Atiku's side, but the Dan Obi's guys, they are with Wike. So if Wike pledge alliance to Tinubu, then it means that Dan Obi follows as well. So it means PDP in Edo State would almost be gone, because once you factor Labour Party into it, it means that PDP might even come third in Edo State.
Bayelsa State too will go for APC. Remember the last election, the last governorship.
Who's the governor of Bayelsa State?
Well,
it's a PDP. It's a PDP, but that was due to a Supreme Court judgment.
Yeah. So APC won that state, and I'm sure they are. I don't know if you guys have followed recently some of the images and videos coming out from Bayelsa State. Some of these militants, they are saying they are now pro Tinubu. So
and Goodluck Jonathan as well is not fully behind the PDP candidate, the PDP ticket as well. So you see, the whole thing is somehow for them over there.
By the time I switch for APC. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So thank you, Baba. Could round up your thoughts on that space?
In addition,
so
in addition to that, the former governor of Bayelsa, what is his name? He's in Wike's camp. Dixon is in Wike's camp. So that place will be gone. So like Hakeem said, that the group that hold the structure of PDP in Edo State, they might team up with APC. Let's see that, okay, 50% APC will take what do you call Edo State, and Wike working for APC will grab that place, and then Bayelsa APC 3. With how many states do we have in the West? 6. Is it 6 states we have in the West or 5?
Yeah.
We have
6, right? With
Lagos
6.
Oyo.
6. We have 6.
Ondo, yes, 6.
Okay, 6 plus 3, that is 9. So Atiku will be Atiku will be banking on. Atiku will be banking on maybe winning 3 states, 2 or 3 from the south. How is he going to win? It will fail.
Don't forget that because Cross River now have APC governor in Ben Ayade, that might reduce the margin of victory that PDP will have there as well. So for me, in the south side is looking very, very gloomy for Atiku.
Akim, that state of Ben Ayade as a state, you know that what is the name of the first governor?
Donald Duke.
Duke is in Wike's camp, and it's very popular there. In fact, people in that state are rooting for him to come back now because they don't like Ayade. You know, Ayade has moved to APC, but PDP is strong in that state. So, and the Duke, what do you call Duke group? They are with Wike. So Atiku will be losing like 4 states in the south, and that is he'll be gone. There's no way he will be president of Nigeria.
Even the Delta state where his presidential candidate come from, the party is still divided between the Ibori camp and the vice presidential candidate's camp as well. So for me,
let's give that one to him. Let's give that one. You know that Ibori.
No, we may not want to give it to him fully because I'm not quite sure how popular Okowa is in that state.
That's what I was trying to say.
No, Ibori is Atiku's boy. So they will work together there for Atiku, for the sake of Atiku, not for Okowa. But let's give that state to him. So it's going to be Akwa Ibom. And you see the Akwa Ibom governor, that one is not even talking at all. We don't know what that one is going to do. That one is not making statements against Wike. It's not making statements in support of Atiku. We don't know what
it is. Not Central, Kwara, Kogi, Nasarawa, Plateau. So, I mean, if it goes for Tinubu, I don't see any pathways for Atiku winning that election.
All right, let's get back to Baba Akure for time. So I want Baba Akure to continue his thoughts on that space, and then I want to put one more talking point to Baba Akure. So Baba Akure, back to you. We were permutating. Were you? Yeah, go on.
Okay, if the way you guys are permutating is correct, then Nigeria is in a big trouble. So that is what I will say. So it is
Baba Akure, all the politics of it. If we look at the cold, hard fact of politics, which is often embedded in numbers and influence, all the permutations, they all indicate a possible Tinubu presidency. That is what it looks like. Just by a margin, but then, of course, we're still early into it. But all of the readings, it indicates a Tinubu presidency.
That is right. Yeah, that is true. Anyway, based on what you guys are calculating here, so well, it is like I said earlier, it is Nigeria I pity. I pity Nigerians. So,
Baba Kule, Lofisa Dura.
Baba Oleshele, Baba Tinike take action by yourself. Baba,
right.
Baba, let's only tell. Come on, relax.
Look at that. What more do you want from God? Look at what God has given that country. What more do you want?
So
What more do you want?
just leave
We
God out of this.
we want good leaders. It should take the oil and everything. Just give us good leaders. Germany, they don't have oil. Would they have good leaders? Please, we don't need those things he's giving us. We just need good leaders.
No,
Well,
we want both.
we need that. We need all that. Because if we have a very good leader and they put all those things in good use, and we have good road like the one they used to deceive Ayo.
Yeah, but Baba Kure, that would not be fair.
Sorry, let Baba Kure carry on for a bit, because otherwise we might be here forever. But Baba Kure, back to you.
Like the one they used to deceive Ayo big time. If we have road like that, no, I won't be here. And we have 24-hour electricity, and the second Niger bridge is so nice the way they show it. I will be home. So, but because we in fact, well, anyway.
All right. It always ends in frustration, doesn't it? But still with the permutations, and these are the calculations of Reno Omokri. So I'll give you the headline, and then I'll give you a quick read of it just to remind you what he's saying, and then you can then come to analyze if it's right or wrong. But this is Reno Omokri. The biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race is Tinubu, not obedience. Peter Obi won't affect APC votes. This is Reno Omokri. It says, ahead of the 2023 general elections, Reno Omokri has opined that the biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race will be his APC rival, Bola Tinubu. According to Omokri, no Yoruba indigene will vote against his or her tribesman, even if they dislike the person. He stated that the same ideology goes for the Hausa man. He said the votes Obi will gather are from the southeast region, which would have naturally gone to the PDP. He added that Tinubu will likely get mass votes from Imo or Ebonyi states, either by hook or crook. So this is what he said. But the biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race is Tinubu, not obedience. Peter Obi won't affect APC votes. The votes he will likely get are votes that would have naturally gone to PDP, including in the southeast, some non-Yoruba Lagos votes, a chunk of Benue votes, and a few votes in the peripheral states. There is a lot of hysteria which has blinded the eyes of the core obedience. The uncontrollable emotion makes them blind to a lot of things, one of which is that the Yorubas have never voted for a non-Yoruba when a Yoruba is in the race. It does not matter whether they like the person or not. Another is that the Hausa and Fulani have only ever voted for a Muslim, whether he's from the north or south. You might raise the issue of Jonathan. I was one of the strategists behind the President Jonathan's 2011 victory, and we lost in the north. What we were looking for was 25%, which we got in 2011, but could not get in 2015. In fact, we got less than 20% in Kano, Bauchi, and Yobe in 2011. And no core northern governor will risk his political future for a ticket that is seen by the northern masses, rightly or wrongly, to be against their core interest. As extremely popular as he was, Kwakwanso tried in 2003. Go and ask him what happened to him. Tinubu is a master tactician. He knows Obi cannot win, and he knows that very little of Obi's votes, if any at all, will come from him. He is aware that Obi is eating into the PDP vote, so he will promote Obi's candidate. Sorry,
go ahead. Go ahead.
He is aware that Peter Obi is eating into the PDP votes, so he will promote Obi's candidacy through proxies, because that is one of his paths to victory. all he would ask for, all he was asked from his Southeast foot soldiers is that they should get him 25% of votes in at least 2 southeastern states, and he will get it in Imo and Ebonyi by hook or crook. So really, the pathway to Tinubu's presidency it only actually needs to fulfill the full complement of that are 2/3 that you are required to get. He only needs to get 25% in the southeast states. That's why you see, you notice that in all of Tinubu's politics, he has just parked the southeast to one side. Even when he was traveling around the country for his primaries, he never gave them any real airing. And what Omokri is permutating now is essentially the biggest agent for Tinubu's presidency is actually Peter Obi. And when you listen to how he's packaged it together, it does seem to rhyme somewhat, Babakure.
Well, that is a Omokri opinion. Even if like I said earlier, if I could be home, I will vote against Tinubu. It doesn't really matter. So I could be the only Yoruba that will vote against him, which I know for sure that millions of Yoruba will vote against Tinubu. Just come 2023. I'm not saying he may win Southwest, but I know that a lot of Yorubas will vote against Tinubu. So he should hold his own opinion to himself, but not the opinion of everybody. And saying that obedient, they are just working. They are giving Tinubu more chance to win the election. That's just nonsense. He's just talking to himself. So now, do you want to tell me now that Peter Obi will not get votes in the northern part of Nigeria?
It's not likely to. You know that.
It's not likely to.
Yeah, but you know that now. Do you not know that?
I don't know. I don't know that until when 2023 comes. One man. I don't know that until when 2023 comes. So we can stay here and permutating and this and that. It is up to Nigeria to say, okay, this is what they want. If they want to continue.
Do you think Peter Obi is being secretly sponsored by Tinubu?
I don't believe that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. How is he going to be sponsored by Tinubu? Then he will stop
to destroy Article's chances.
No. Peter Obi just came out and people embrace him. That's it. Particularly youth.
Okay, so who is funding his campaign? Because he doesn't have money.
He doesn't have money, but remember, a lot of people are donating their houses, even in the northern part of Nigeria, donating their house for them to use it as anyway. That was what I read anyway. So I also hear from one of the campaign manager in the southwest of Nigeria. So because they have the same question that how is he going to get money and stuff like that. This thing, I don't think, based on what I've read so far, is not Obi's project. Even you rightly said that this is you think this end SARS part 2, which I think that is what is going to happen. So Omokri can say anything he wants, that Obi is just doing it, obedient, they are just doing it in favor of Tinubu. Just wait until 2023. Then we see what is going to happen.
Which part of what he said do you not agree with? Because traditionally, the PDP, they have control of the Southeast. Mm-hmm. So that Southeast has now gone to Peter Obi. Mm-hmm. And that is a good percentage of the votes that come to PDP. Mm-hmm. So PDP, they are going to be losing at least about 20% thereabout of their votes, just from the Peter Obi phenomenon. But Peter Obi, he doesn't take one single vote from Tinubu, because the Southwest largely will vote for. I know there are people like you who act on some sort of.
It's not me alone. I said millions of Yoruba will vote against Tinubu.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure that that's the
all
case.
Right, one man.
You know.
Do you remember what happened during Obasanjo? If you can still remember.
Yes, what happened on Obasanjo?
No, but you are telling me now that you remember.
No, but
how many
yeah.
how many Yoruba voted for Obasanjo at that time?
Who did the Yorubas vote for?
They vote for Falai.
Well, and where is it from?
Well, but both of them are from Yoruba.
It's not Makure. It's not Makure. The whole person.
I know. Man. But that doesn't matter this time.
Baba Kure, Yoruba will vote for Tinubu. Yoruba will vote for Tinubu.
No question about that. No
question about it. Baba Kure, Yoruba will vote for Tinubu.
2023 is almost here.
Baba Kure, so did you watch the video after the election on Osun where they were asking them, who will you vote for? Presidency.
We played it here. We played it here.
So for that,
so forget it will happen.
So that those two individuals you use it to judge the whole Yoruba, right? All right. I'm not going to argue. I'm done with that. Just wait on 2023. Then you will know that
it will be the biggest anomaly.
Omakre will put all what he said. He will put it in a very nice plate and put milk on it and swallow it.
Baba Kure, what did Yoruba we gain from Peter Obi? What did they gain for voting for Peter Obi?
So what are they going to gain from Tinubu?
They can gain so many things from Tinubu.
Like what? Like
Baba Kure, don't let us open another canker.
Like what now? Answer that question.
Like what?
No.
Like what?
They will gain tribal gain now. That is what Thomas is.
What are the Fulanis gain from Buhari being president?
Then it can put them.
What the Fulanis gain from Buhari being president is what the Yorubas will gain from.
So you can put them in his pocket and now controlling everybody like slave, right?
But why would he do that? So sorry. Why did you say that, Baba Kure?
Because the way he's acting, with all what happened in Yoruba land, killing people. You see, you guys don't know what is going on yet.
No, we do know what is going on. But what is that?
Can you remember how many people being killed in Ogun State alone? If they cannot even rise up. I'm saying to you.
But what was your expectation of him? What could he have done? He has to have power to do anything, and it is that power to do something that is after now.
You don't have to do anything, one man. But you can quickly go to fly to Kaduna and donate 500 million or 50 million.
Yes, because he's seeking power to be able to be effective.
Well, that is the same house down now that you left unkept. Then you want to come back there now and sleep, right?
But he donated money to them, he donated money to them as well.
Well, because he just got ticket at that time and he's trying to woo them.
But that's what one man was telling you.
Baba Akure, I don't understand what you are saying. You are saying that when all the killings and this thing happened, he didn't do anything. Obi2 didn't do anything. Anytime you say that, Tinubu didn't do this, he didn't do that, I'm asking the question, did Obi do it too? Every time, most of these things that you say, Tinubu didn't do, didn't do it too. This is just
when Buhari was sending soldiers to slaughter them in the southeast, what did Peter Obi say or do?
Okay. That even Nnamdi Kanu was preaching against Peter Obi that time. What did he do? This is just double standard. This is just clear double standard.
We're in deep hours.
But gentlemen, don't let us justify these people in action when they were expected to act for the interest of their people and they fail.
Yeah, but what action could he have taken? Hold on. What action could he have taken?
What action could have taken? We want to answer you.
Yeah, well, anybody can. But what action could he have taken?
A political leader of a particular place, seeing his people being killed, being ravaged, he did not even say anything. He didn't say anything to condemn it.
He spoke on the insecurity. He spoke on it.
When?
Hold on, Baba.
So,
Hold on, hold
every
on, one man.
incident that happened, they spoke on it. Maybe not in
Yeah,
the terms that you wanted him to.
yeah, one man. Hold
When
on.
one man now,
He did.
when did he speak
He,
this?
he,
Oh,
he
at the
did.
time of the incident.
Or
He did.
what?
He
Give an
did.
example.
He spoke
Yeah.
and he donated 50 million naira to them.
50
That
million.
was
He
when
gave
after
50
the
million
vote
naira
went
to them.
ahead.
No, that was after fact. But
After fact, yeah. So
yeah.
the when the Gogon issue happened, he didn't speak.
I'm
Let's
pretty
even
sure
want
it did.
he
He
didn't
did not say
speak.
anything, one man.
He didn't
All
send
right.
a emissary. They burned the
All right.
Onigogon Figogon Palace. He did not even send a emissary to console the people of that Igogon of what happened to them. He didn't say anything. They attacked that Igogon and Barapa area for like 3 times.
Oh, all
This
right.
man did not say, and we want to justify it. I mean, there's no
Ajani Koko.
justification for
Ajani
No.
Koko.
inaction.
Ajani Koko.
Sorry, please.
Wait.
I just want to
Yeah,
move on. I just wanted Ajale Koko to
you
land.
know.
But thank you. All right. Thank you, Baba Kure. I want to move on. It's only because I'm pushed for time and I'm determined to end for 5 hours and we're 2.5 hours in. So thank you, Baba Kure. Let me go on from you, Baba Kure, to Xero. So hopefully Xero is still there. Xero, are you ready to go? All right. We don't appear to
Yes,
have
I'm here, man.
all right, brilliant.
Hallelujah.
All right,
Hallelujah.
all right. I knew you were going to say that. I come to you all the time, but you don't. You either falling asleep or you've gone to do whatever it is that
Hey,
you're
you know,
supposed to
it's
do.
midnight
Huh?
here, you know.
Well, it's been that all over the world. You are not far. They are not that far from me. I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort, Festus Keyamo. So, is your car available? Because we want to put that to the test. Festus Keyamo, what says you?
I don't know whether maybe this is the reason why you don't allow me speak sometimes, because I'm very, very, very harsh with people like this. I just say he's a madman. Everybody sees what is going on within that axis. You know, sometimes I feel like weeping when people like this, who are smart, intelligent, who have seen it all, who can say have an outer body experience when it comes to seeing the situation of Nigerians, see the situation in Nigeria, the economic problem and the security problem. He is very knowledgeable. For him to speak like that is just something. He's just speaking like a hungry person, somebody who has something he's trying to reach for, and he will stop at nothing to get to those goals. You know, that's so unfortunate. After how many people were kidnapped on that road? Don't forget, that's where the former minister of I think defense minister, but that's the same road they shot him. That road.
But that was more of an assassination, by the way, than banditry.
That road has claimed so many lives. That one road. That's where they kidnapped some people and they were seeing them with drones, but they could not shoot because it will affect the innocent people who were kidnapped. That same road. That's where this man had to use his gutter mouth to say he can drive safely. I wish he could drive and let them. I don't want to speak out of the spirit, please. This kind of people.
We are out of the same cause. We want him to fall in the hands of the bandits.
So I really want him to fall in the hands of the bandits. I really want him to fall in there. I don't wish people bad, but this particular evil man that said, "Oh my God!" No. This shows that people. This shows the level we have gotten to. This man, because of this kind of people, I find it difficult to even associate with human beings anymore. Because a lot of people are like this. And that is why a country as blessed as we are, we cannot even get out of the gutter. So I'm trying to say we will remain there. We will remain there. This gutter, we will remain there. We will remain there. Countries like Niger and Togo will be coming to collect from us. Chebi Cameroon took our land because we are where we are. Niger is about to finish us. Because the Americans, what this guy is saying in the afternoon is true. Americans have a massive defense. Yes, they have a massive defense installation in Niger. When they will never make us. You see what Rwanda is doing to what's this country? Congo. That's what these small countries will do to us because we have a lot of resources. They will never let us have peace. Since we have people like this who don't want to reason, they will never let us have peace. There will just be skirmishes here and there. Why those people will be taking our resources, we will never have peace. That's what is happening. That's what's going to happen. Envelope that country because of people like this. Look at what an intelligent person is saying in the face of massive kidnappings. A lot of people have died. Even the train that they built for safety was they kidnapped and killed people there. And is this man had the guts to say this thing, just insulting people who have died. Only God can save his soul.
I mean, it's not really. It's a matter of them putting that to the test. So people should hold him to those words and then make him leave it out. So it should be made to make that drive. Otherwise, it takes back those words.
Do you know that the airport in Kaduna was shut down for a long time?
Yes.
Even the airport.
There was a time they shut down the road, they shut down the airport, and then the train attack shut it down as well. So
yes.
The bandits locked that state down for a good while.
Yes. And this is what the man who is younger than Buhari, younger than Tinubu, this is why they don't want to give anything to Nigeria. Is so corrupt. Nigerians, I don't think these leaders we get, we surely deserve them. We deserve them. Look at what the young man who is about maybe 50 or something. Look at what he's saying. Look at what he's saying.
It's unbelievable. But then a lot of people will argue back that is his job. He has to say that, doesn't he really? By virtue of
wait, is a lawyer now? I mean, what do lawyers do? They're paid to defend. They're paid to defend for criminals. So what is the big deal in defending an inept government? Do you expect a lawyer to now be saying the truth when he has a client to defend? He signed an oath, for God's sake. That's their job.
There are some kind of jobs you don't take because you're not hungry. But when you sideline everything, even your family and everybody, just to achieve certain goals, your soul is sold already. And there's so many people like this.
I think that's somewhat, I won't say it's simplistic, but somewhat of a naive. When people are criticizing Lai Mohammed and calling him Lai Mohammed, Lai Mohammed is probably the most effective information minister that we've yet had, because that guy's capacity to rebrand a narrative, I've never seen it before. And I've seen people like who's that Tony Blair spin doctor, who was a master of the art in that period. But even Lai Mohammed surpassed him. Look at how he spun NSAS, and then he launched an attack on CNN, and the narrative changed to that attack on CNN. So I mean so it is his job. That's just what he's doing now.
One man. Leave that story. I say this man is not intelligent. What the Lai Mohammed you're talking about is not intelligent. He had the Even me, I was thinking like you before. I was thinking, this guy is very intelligent, very smart. Look at how he's deviating every criticism that's coming. He's just defending. Until there is a CNN reporter that came to Nigeria and asked him, Nigerian jollof rice and Ghana jollof rice, which one is best? This man had the opportunity to sell us. Yeah, he just failed woefully. So it's not, at a point I was the one, putting in this conspiracy theory that these guys are very smart. Just like the way Ovie is always saying, the Northerners are very good in politics. My dear, there's nothing good about what is happening in Nigeria. It's just, if you see dumb. No,
they are good in politics, but bad in governance. So you can so the two can you can separate them and run them in parallel. So they are good at politics, bad in governance.
No, I don't think so. I just think we are having the worst time of our lives right now because we didn't. The smart people refuse to go into politics. The smart people are now coming in. Gradually, you will see them. They are beginning to, these things, crowd mentality takes time to mature. They are coming back in. Because we
One man, can I quickly ask a question, please?
All right, it has to be very quick because I'm now pushing for time. But
So what is wrong with what Keyamo said exactly?
That he can drive through Kaduna road, but without
from Abuja to Kaduna without escort.
Yeah, he said he can do it. He never said the place is safe, but he just said he can do it. So why are we doubting him?
No, that's the lawyer. Look at that.
Lawyer. Are you using Keyamo's system for us? Calm down now. You to
No,
look
but
at
it's true.
what that implies.
It's true now. If the man is, if he's
No, it's the
fearless,
symbolism of what he said. It is not just that. Of course, you can escape. You can pass that road. If I'm trading, if I'm a trader, I can pass there 100 times. I'm sure I'm going to get away with it. I'm going to get back safely. But what he said with the personality, the person himself that is saying it, he's in government. He's defending this. He's speaking for this government, and for him to be, it's like you are just accusing the dead people that they died for nothing.
X0. Are people not plying that road as we are speaking now?
and that's what I'm saying now.
Even me,
people are flying that road as we are speaking now.
With much trepidation, though. With much trepidation.
Yeah, but people are still planning that road, so he can ply the road and not be injured.
Yeah,
so what is the bone of
now.
contention?
Should be just
okay, so
he
can go on and do it now. So no wahala now. So let him go and drive the road.
Yes, so I don't see what is wrong in what the man said.
But
I don't see anything
let's
wrong.
not argue for arguing's sake. Let's try to see reasons. For goodness sake, innocent people were kidnapped on that road. Private citizens, so they had to cough out 100 million. I'm sure when they think of that 100 million after, they will say, if I had known, I would have used that money to carry my family abroad. So that's that road though. Is that road though? People, private citizens have to be coughing out 100 million. 100.
All right.
So please.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, X0. So thank you, X0. X0, let me use this window to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, and then I'll take you on to another talking point. I'm not quite sure why my system is so slow. I downloaded something and it's messed up my system. But there it is. Alexander Gomez, of course, the one that knows the function of that particular button. So Alexander Superchats to say, he says, I'll say it again, love or hate home, Egbomi is a political genius. He will be the best president of Nigeria. I'll advise him to hire Obi. So yes, I concur with a lot of what you said, Alexander, apart from the last part of that sentence. There is nothing in Obi's antecedent that recommends that he's fit for anything. Certainly not his record in Anambra when it was a categorical failure. I'll say it again, love or hate home, or I think that might well be him intended to say. I'll say it again, love or hate him, Egbomi is a political genius. He will be the best president of Nigeria. I'll advise him to hire Obi. So I suspect that he might well be that president that Nigeria has been looking for as well. But I would disagree. I would suggest that he stays as far away from Obi as possible. Totally useless, that bit of it. Still with Alexander Gomez and Superchat. Love him or hate him, Tinubu is a political genius. He will be the next president of Nigeria. I'll advise him to hire Obi. Obi has a lot to offer the nation. So Alexander re-editing and then re-sending the super chat. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Of course, no prices for guessing where this will go. Joel of Nashville. I love the permutation. So he's speaking to that Reno Omokri space. I love the permutation, but delusional. The shock will be massive. Reno should concentrate on his candidate. Wike only wins in Rivers governor election. So Wike is candidate to win the governorship, but Peter Obi to take the state is what our dreamland. He's still daydream believer. What's that song? Daydream believer and homecoming queen. So there it is, daydream believing. So there it is, daydream believing. This is Buchi Okafor. So Buchi Okafor, he says Obi is a big threat, but the dumps can't admit it. So there it is right there. But this is the thing. You have to be careful sometimes when you do this thing. So the super chat is on your screen and listening to what he's saying. Obi is a big threat, but the dumps can't admit it. So, but he's spelling dump, D-U-M-P-S rather than D-U-M-B. So who's the dumb one now? Buti. Who's the dumb one now? You can't even spell dumb and you're calling people dumb. So there it is right there. A yam head. So from that yam head, but thank you for the super chat nevertheless, but you're still a yam head. But from that yam head, let us take you then X0 to the meeting between Peter Obi and Pa Adebanjo and the reassurance that the Afenifere space sought that restructuring will be at the front burner of the Peter Obi narrative. So I suspect that Peter Obi would not have been able to give them that assurance. But is that not something that they should have sought before endorsing him in the first instance? Did the Afenifere and the Middle Belt area move too soon in endorsing Peter Obi, X0?
No, I don't think they moved too soon. I think.
Why am I not surprised? You see, go on.
You see, there's something they call morality, and I think the leader of the Afenifere, Pa Adebanjo, I think he said something one time that everybody should listen to. So some of these old people, they don't know that their clock is at the tip. You know, some people they are well aware of the fact. Some are not. Some don't believe they're going to die until they just snap. The man has said it that he's over 90. That anything he has, all the mistakes he has made before, he wants to right them. That he doesn't fight because of himself, but for posterity's sake and for his conscience. That everything he's doing now is for the good of his people and his conscience. So I can see.
How can endorsing somebody that you don't know his plan be for the good of anybody?
How can a country that says it is equitable sideline a particular section for how many years?
How can a certain sector be aloof? How can a certain sector be aloof from politics?
Some people are aware that they are not going to live forever, so they want to do the right thing before they go. But others are still believing that they will live forever. Even in their 90s, they can still.
So are you saying that his personal wishes should trump the goal of the social cultural group? I don't get it, because the man wants to leave a legacy. He's he's 90 something. So because he wants, from what you are saying, I don't know if that's what he said, that he would like to, I don't know, make some amends or do something.
I've watched this man in several
for posterity's sake.
Yeah,
so his own posterity is more important than the goals and vision of a Yoruba social cultural
Let me
group.
explain to you so that you understand. See, it's not every time that you lead from the front. It's not every time that you benefit when you're leading. What's more important is you benefit all the time, whether you lead or not. The goal of Afenifere or the goal of Yoruba is not to be in presidency forever. You must find that out. What is the goal of Yorubas? So don't attach the goal of Yorubas to be in leadership. Rather, the goal of Yorubas is to have an environment where they will always progress.
And that is guaranteed by a Yoruba person being in leadership.
That means the goal is faulty. If the goal is to lead all the time, that is not a goal.
What do you mean all the time? When has the Yorubas ever led Nigeria?
Well, if you look at, that's what I'm saying. If you look at, that's what I said. If you look at what I said a nation a country that calls itself a nation that is all the time marginalizing a section of the country is not complete. And this man knows this truth. And this man has said it in several interviews I've watched. He said, for the sake of justice and equity, everybody should leave it to the Southeast.
We've had 2 Igbo president or head of state. We've only had 1 Yoruba. How is that justice?
Tell me the 2 Igbos.
Agoye Rossi and yeah, but he was head of state.
For how many
then
months?
He was head of state. Then,
That's what I'm asking for.
what's it called? Nnamdi Azikiwe as ceremonial
Was the
president.
president and not the prime minister, because
Ceremonial president.
no, not the ceremonial president. That we practice
Or
a parliamentary system. In a
yeah, but
parliamentary system,
it
the
was
prime minister
it was
is
president.
just like the president in a presidential system.
So we've had
the
two.
president is just
But
like
you've had two names. The Yorubas have only had
It's
one.
not enough. It's not
You
enough. They
don't
want
understand what
everything.
I'm saying.
Although
If you
Yorubas have
practice
Shoneko as well. If they are
parliamentary
doing that, they have
system,
Shoneko as well.
if you practice parliamentary system, the
So
leader is the prime minister.
So what is Afenifere saying if it's 2-2?
I don't know if well, my goal is not to argue with you. My goal is to just state things that I was asked. So I'm saying
We also had an Igbo vice president under Shagari too, Alex Ekweme.
I just told you that nominal positions don't equate leadership. The leadership of Nigeria is the president or the prime minister, and we know it. So I'm not here to argue for the Igbo presidents. Rather, I'm here to argue the fact that if we are a nation, we should be able to say, okay, for equity, yeah, of course, let it go around. We are not saying we are a nation, but we must be a nation on the head of Igbos. That's why we are failing left, right, and center. Look at the
Can I ask
country.
you a question? With your ideology that you say, oh, if we are a nation for equity, and why is USA not a nation? Why are they not rotating presidents between blacks, Latinos, Asians, and whites? Since it's a nation of pure equity and whatever you said, since that's what runs the nation, why is US? No, why is US or every other country not doing that?
Okay, enjoy your nation now.
So what you are saying is quite unfair. It's quite unfair. You know,
because what you're saying
this
is
a tribal push. If it's a tribal push, just say it is a tribal push. Don't be masking inequality and equality. You are masquerading a tribal push, inequity and equality and blah blah blah. But in other countries, they are not doing it. No country is doing that. No country is doing that. No, none.
You made the point. Let him address. Let Exiro address it. Let Exiro address that. Let him address it. It's capable.
Yes.
Go on, Exiro.
Yes, people who have been in the corridors have come out and said, this is the code. That there is a secret code not to allow the Igbo man to rise to a particular position.
Well, who told you that? So sorry, God, don't go there now. Where are you going?
Oh.
Exiro.
So that means you've not observed the politician, you've not observed some certain interviews. But the people who are well respected have said that this is what is happening, and we cannot have a nation of equity if we continue to do this. A lot of people have said, even though BJ himself is now pushing that, let's do this for equity. Is OBJ not a former president? Doesn't he know all the secret? Doesn't he?
Sorry, what is OBJ pushing for? OBJ is virtually endorsed Tinubu now.
He did what?
Is virtually endorsed Tinubu.
No. OBJ said that for equity and fairness, we should leave it to the Southeast. Yeah, he said this. Tinubu had to pay a visit because he wants to appease the gods. Yes, everybody is free to appease the gods. But OBJ knows where he stands.
When did he say that? Please, when was that?
Baba, just watch YouTube and read up.
It's a question. When did he say that?
No. I cannot be telling you when it is a public knowledge.
Zero. That is propaganda.
You want me to start digging out?
Exiro, I have another question. You said that because one man shot you down, and I wish one man didn't shot you down. You said that there's like something low-key or under the rug that they don't want Igbos to be president. Who is stopping Peter Obi, please? Because he's an Igbo man and he's trying to be. So who is the person that is trying to stop him now? Please tell us.
Should I tell you?
Tell us.
We were trying to move out of this Obi issue.
No.
Okay, let me tell you now. Are you ready to hear?
I'm ready.
When Obasanjo and Falaye contested, who did your people vote for?
Falaye, carry on. Falaye.
So you say that your votes, even upon your votes, you couldn't even get what you wanted, right? So that explains it for you. If you cannot understand it from that, I don't know how to explain it better.
No. What are you extrapolating from that?
No, you should extrapolate, because I just said it. With all the people that voted for Falaye, I knew that my people voted for Falaye and everybody voted for Falaye. But how did Obasanjo emerge?
So that's how you relate that they are trying to stop Igbo people from being president because we could not get Fayale as president. That's how you connect.
Wait.
That's your connection.
Exero, your example.
Connection.
Wait.
Oversimplifying it.
Exero, wait. Your example just kind of negated your own point. It also means Yoruba too are bad from being president because we could not vote in our candidate, because that's exactly what you just said. We couldn't get our choice.
I'm just giving you a typical
So your point is pointless.
I'm just giving you a typical example of what happens in Nigeria. And if you want to deny the fact that I don't know this,
so Yorubas are marginalized. Yorubas are marginalized based on your example.
Marginalized because we fail to see.
So why is it unique? Why is it unique to Igbos?
You said Igbo. You said Igbo. You pointed towards Igbos and you did not say we are all marginalized. You made it seem like there was an agenda to stop Igbo people from becoming president. And I asked you a simple question: who is stopping Peter Obi right now? And you said, we couldn't vote in this person, so we should connect.
To be honest with you, Solly, to be honest with you, there is the sense that there was a distancing from the Southeast for a very long period of time, especially wrapped around the Biafran narrative. So there was a deep suspicion of the Southeast and almost the Nigerian nation punishing that region for the Biafran. There was that sense for several decades, but I'm not sure that did not break under the from Shagari onwards, But there was a period in time where the country somewhat seemed to be recoiled from the Southeast.
One man. So what is
this?
Whose fault is that? One man. Whose fault is that?
I don't know. It's not a. Hold on. You can't apportion blames now because it was a no victor, no vanquish. Unless you want to go and revisit the Biafran War,
But can we blame Ojukwu?
What do you mean Ojukwu? When the war ended, it was ended on the policy of no victor, no vanquish. But in actual implementation, there was a clear chasm that demarcated victors and vanquished. It was there. We can't say it wasn't.
But what I'm saying is, so can the Southeast take the responsibility for that?
For what?
For the war.
I don't want to visit the
I don't want to get into the war.
Responsibility because it's a complex situation. But if we open that space, we won't live here.
But can I make contribution on this as well?
Yeah, let's hear from Akim.
Thank you very much. I think we are reading a lot into it with deep meanings, which I don't think are necessarily the problem. I think one of the problems that I see with our brothers from the Southeast, especially the politicians, is that they don't really invest a lot into the political system. You hardly find any one of them that you can call, say, maybe a national figure. The only one that can really point a finger to right now is in prison in the UK, which is this guy, what's it called? Ekweremadu. And the problem is when you have these people coming out from the region, their own people does not even support them as well. So when you have people who are trying to reach out to the national stage to try to form an alliance that will bring some sort of governance to them, then out of the personal hatred for the Fulanis or some other tribe, they will turn against those politicians. And they don't understand that a lot of these things are supposed to be for their own regional interest. So playing local politics and playing national politics are two different things. And I just think our brothers from the East have not been able to manage both of them properly.
Just in that space you're in, Akim, my thoughts are that the Southeast don't know how to play the Nigerian politics, because the Nigerian politics is about forming relationships and playing the long game. Look how many turns it took Buhari to become president. It didn't just pop up from out of PDP to APC and then become no. So they don't form the relationship. They don't make the investment. It is only at the 11th hour that they come into politics,
Exactly.
and then they want to play a guilt trip sort of politics.
Let me ask
that guilt trip thing that is very annoying. That guilt trip thing, because
sorry,
no
I want to.
it is always just you
They
can't just
have to play
add
the
it
long.
up
So
logically.
off the back of Peter Obi's success, they have to leverage that and stay in the national space. But the likelihood is that if and when Peter Obi fails, they will revert back to regionalism, only to come back in 4 years' time to say, is it now our turn? Having not leveraged on whatever Peter Obi gained. Because when Peter Obi loses, of course, we all know, I think every single one of us, that they're back to Nnamdi Kanu.
Let's just look at a simple example. Quick, let me just see, like a simple example. Like when Abiola was going to run, before he ran, it was all over the country, giving money here, giving money there, giving money here. This same Baba Tinubu is being in every nook and cranny in the north, being sponsoring all sorts of manners of politicians. There's no single politician in the southeast that wants to do that kind of work. Like go around the country, sponsoring people, being philanthropic, all crisscrossing the country. So if you cannot do that, there's no way that the entire country will want to accept you.
Kaluta, you are talking like Igbo now. Igbo from Lagos. They say these Igbo people are very stingy when it comes to their money. They say they don't want to spend their money.
But they don't spend across the country like that now.
Spend their money. Is that but they have money, or is that but they don't want to? They just want to keep it to run their business, not to deploy it into political.
Yes, now it's true.
You know.
The truth is that if you didn't steal,
but the truth of the matter is this, though, the refusal of the East to align with the West, that is the problem that we are having. Every time that you see a candidate that is strongly supported by the West, the East will not be on that side. And so that is always the problem. They did it during the Obasanjo. They did it. Huh?
Who are the candidates? Like Tinubu, right?
Awolowo did it now. He stretched hands to Zik to be prime minister for them to cooperate to form alliance in the First Republic. He didn't accept it. He rather went and joined with Tafawa Balewa to form government and be ceremonial president instead of prime minister that Awolowo offered him. He did the same thing for Awolowo in the Second Republic. In the Third Republic, Igbo did not even vote for Abiola. The record is there.
What?
So why? Why is it like that? So Obasanjo that they voted for is not the candidate of Yoruba people for that position. So they're always anti-Yoruba candidate. Anytime that you see Yoruba candidate for presidency, Igbo will be on the other side. So until when we try to work together, and that is when we will achieve political success as the South.
Let me just interject what you said.
Yeah.
You are talking about elections that were held when they are still counting paper, Abi.
What do you mean by counting? Which election is not election? What do you mean by counting paper?
When they are still counting paper now, Abi.
Which time they're not they count paper? This time they're not go count your ballot paper.
Those elections are free and fair. That's what I'm saying.
Look at you. What is that got to do with the issue?
No, because
counting of paper. Hold on. Counting of ballot paper has nothing to do with the real issue. That the East does not want to align with the West on any political matters. That is the problem. And until when we figure out a way to align, that is when we will have political success in in the south as a whole. So Afenifere that is supporting Obi now, they are open ground. There's never a time you see any social cultural group from the east supporting any Yoruba for presidency. It never happened.
Never.
It never happened. But Yoruba have done everything to placate the east. Awolowo even pick during his time an Easterner as the vice president for him. And that time, let me tell you, if Igbo has voted for Awolowo that time, Awolowo would have been the president in the Second Republic. If the entire East, if the entire East voted for Awolowo with, that time, we will have defeated Shagari. We will have defeated Shagari. But they failed. And when it comes to alliance, that let us work alliance, as if we turn around them again, when all the progressives across the country, Malam Aminu Kano, Waziri Ibrahim, what's the name of the other one? All of them team together. Let's form alliance so we can. Azikwe is the one that went to join Shagari to form and kill that alliance effort. So the history is there. We have the history, so we cannot say. But what are we going to do to work together? Afenifere have started it. They are backing Igbo candidate now at the detriment of some people. Some Yoruba are not saying it. It doesn't go down well with some Yoruba. One man is here. It doesn't go down well with him.
It doesn't go down with me.
Please mention my name too. I mention my name
too. It doesn't go down with Kaluta. It doesn't
mention
go well with Thomas. So, but some of us that want coexistence and cooperation between us.
Don't speak Yoruba again. It's not your language.
Yeah. Hey, you call me. I'm learning.
Look at that. Dutch.
So some of us that are looking for coexistence and cooperation, even though that I'm not supporting Obi, I support the action of Afenifere. It is good for us, and I wish the East can see it and appreciate it and begin to move closer to Yoruba in the political scheme of things in Nigeria for us to achieve a common goal. So, the East can do better. Yoruba are trying their best. The East can do better. Yeah.
All right. Round off your thoughts on that space, though, X0, because time, and then I want to acknowledge the super chats so that they fit in where they want. That go on.
Yeah, Ajalikuku, your question is already answered. If you look at the Yoruba states and see the percentage of Igbos that are in the Yoruba state, you already know that the Igbos and the Yorubas don't have problems on the ground level. Politically, how many people are those politicians that there are few decisions, you will now use it to judge a whole nation? Look at the population of the southeastern on the ground level. That's going to tell you the true answer to your question. If Yorubas and Igbos are not cooperating, you will not find your Igbos dominating in markets, in residences, and everything in the south.
No. That is greener pasture. That is simple.
How many Yorubas do you see in the southeast?
No, what are you know? That's not
you can paint it anyhow you like.
That's
on
what
the
is.
On the streets, everybody is hustling. So if everybody is hustling and one person hustles better and buys a house, you cannot say that is greener pasture. You cannot say that because even if you are not in Yoruba land.
All right, thank you,
X0, what are you trying to point out? Because I don't understand.
I want to move on though, but
but I don't understand.
Some people will end up not speaking though, because when it comes to 5 hours, I will shut down. But I'll carry on. Yeah.
Look, even your Yoruba is better than Soli.
Don't never call yourself a Yoruba man again. What is
man, I barely have
speak,
anybody to
speak
practice
Yoruba
with
now. Speak Yoruba
Èkó
now.
ló dàgbà sí, Èkó lè zero dàgbà sí. Kò tí ní lè sọ Yorùbá. Ó ní bá àti ó jẹpo àtàtà wa, ẹ wá sọ pé kó má sọ Yorùbá.
Oh yeah, Sunday so Yoruba say. So no, we don't want to hear so Yoruba say.
Ní gbogbo ayé mi, parents mi máa ń sọ Ìgbò sí mi.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh my show. What a thumb, man. It is. What are we fighting for?
Ọmọ wa ni Soli, ẹ fi Soli sílẹ̀. Ọmọ wa ni Soli.
The culture is gone. Oh yeah, speak Dutch. Speak Dutch. I bet your Dutch is better than your Yoruba. Look at this man.
No. I'm still, but one man, I barely have anybody to practice with. 90%,
practice with your own language.
I'm trying.
No, you know why? You know why? One man. Igbo people have dominated where he came from, so he does not.
Yeah, this is it.
Hey, everybody speaks English in Lagos. That's the problem. You know.
Ọmọ Ajẹbọ́tà ni Soli. Ajẹbọ́tà ni
Kébé. Get inside. Ajẹbọ́tà. Get inside. High gate. All right, thank you. So thank you, X0. Let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. This from Ayo. All politics is tribal. He who has ears, let him hear. So he who has ears, let him hear. So I mean, I don't know why we shy away from that when in Africa and Nigeria being a test case, politics is tribal. This is what Omokri described. Even before Omokri described it, we know it. And even in all of the conversations that we have, the dominant conversations is ethnic based. People from a certain region, they will champion to say this is best, and people from other regions will champion to say this is best. There are some outliers, of course, that straddle a more balanced view, but overall, it is tribal, as Ayo said. All politics is tribal. He who has ears, let him hear. So don't make me read that again, because those ears and hear, they are somewhat, not rolling out as they should. Ayo still with the super chat function. To keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. So that is go on, of course. To keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. So that was the mantra that the rallying call to unify the nation after the Civil War. Ayo still continue with the super chart. A viable presidential candidate is one who has made a friend in all parts of Nigeria. Look at all the candidates and decide who those are. So yes, I'm not sure that we will not give that to all of the, because I feel as though Peter Obi, he has a national appeal too. Because Peter Obi, he doesn't present himself. And why would them Afari endorse him? Is because they see in him a Nigerian, and he always presents himself as a Nigerian more than any other regional space. And I'm sure he has Atiku is one of his best buddies. Okupe is his campaign manager, and you don't get more over appeal than that. A viable presidential candidate is one who has made a friend in all parts of Nigeria. Look at all the candidates and decide who those are. I think that pretty much is all of them, to varying degrees, but nevertheless. Thank you for the super chats, Ayo, as we take the conversation to Akim. So Akim, you're up next. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So good to have you always. So we're delighting in your company these days. So you're spending more and more time with us, and we delight in that. So let's delight in this. I can drive from Abuja to well, I probably know where you're going, but I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escort. So do you have a car that we can lend to Festus Keyamo, Hakim?
No, because even if I have a car, I won't lend him, because I don't have a car to be damaged by those terrorist people. No, I don't have a car to be destroyed by those bastards. So no, I think what is, because sometimes when people speak, right? Yeah, we have to take the person out of it sometimes and just look at it in an holistic way. What he says is, he said him can drive through that road without escort, but he never said to us that the road is safe. he didn't say the road is safe. He just said, but he can go through the road. So that is his own.
But is it not implicit in that comment? Obviously, if the road is not safe, then he would not be able to drive through it without escort. So him saying he can drive through it without escort is to tell us that the road is safe enough to be driven without escort.
It could be that it could be that is also insinuating that the road is not as bad as you think it is.
Do you know how people drive on that road? Do you want me to tell you how people drive on that Kaduna
I
road?
know. I followed the issues about that road a lot. I know at the time where they used to use helicopter to escort travelers along that road. So
Yes.
I know.
Yeah, but the day-to-day traveler, this is how they travel on that road. They park at a designated space, and then when there's sufficient enough cars, they drive in convoys. That's how they drive on that road. It's a safety in number route. So they drive in convoy. So if you are going, for instance, to drive on that road, you go and park right the motor parks, and then there's the other cars parking as well. And when there's sufficient enough, a mix of cars and transporters, and then you drive that road as a convoy. They drive in convoys on that road.
So
you can't drive as a solo person, just go.
So it's going to be at the front.
Well, they will leave it to the transporter now. Maybe they are the ones that, but that's how they drive on that road. They drive in convoys.
Yeah, but the road is one of the worst in terms of security wise. But I understand what he's trying to say, that he can drive on the road. But factually, he is not wrong. If he wants to, he can do it. So that's how I want to leave that.
All right, brilliant. Okay, let me take you to the space then that's generating some quite a bit of discussion. What Southern and Middle Belt leaders demanded from Peter Obi. So this is Pa Adebanjo opening up to the space and saying that in that meeting that we saw, just the pictures all over the space, that they sought, but he did not tell us if they got assurances that Peter Obi will make the restructuring as the front burner issue in his administration, and that is why they've endorsed him. So do you think they should have sought that assurance first, and do you think Peter Obi did or could have given them that assurance?
I understand what you're trying to say, that they should have sought the assurance first, but because I've also followed it from time, I think they've always stand on that mantra of fairness and equity, and they've always said that the next presidency should come from the Southeast for fairness purpose, for equity purpose. So I think for them to now go back on their word after they've said that they think the next president should come from that region, I think that will seem to be ingenuine from them. And I understand someone was saying there are other candidates from the Southeast, but they don't have the kind of support that Obi has. So for them to now come out and endorse Obi is because they've seen him as someone who has been able to gather a huge followership. And if it happens that there's any one of them that can win, they believe that Obi is that person.
All right, brilliant. We are not concerned about Amechi Tinubu's camp. So this is the aftermath of the meeting that took place between the Tinubu space and Yemsen Wike and a retinue of acolytes and his group of friends, Samuel Otom, Akwazie, Makinde, etc. So they seem to feel that they have secured Tinubu, they have secured Wike, and they are willing to jettison Amechi. So is that just expedient politics, and is Wike dispensable in the politics of 2023?
Yes, if you say dispensable, I think the PDP needs him, and if the Tinubu camp can have him on their side.
Amechi, I meant not Wike. Is Amechi dispensable in the politics of 2023? So because they are willing to bin Amechi for
listen, if we are honest with ourselves, Amechi binned himself. Nobody binned him. He binned himself. So he has done enough to divide his own house in Rivers. So if you look at the way the Rivers State politics is now within the APC, if they don't have if they're not able to get Wike on their side, there's no way APC wins. In fact, they will be lucky to even get 25% in Rivers State. So the idea that the Wike comes to their side or give them any form of support, that is a huge boost. Don't forget, Rivers State has one of the largest numbers of votes coming out of the South. So that is a huge boost for the Tinubu team. So Amechi, for me, does not have any form of control over the state anymore. So because APC Magnus Abe has gone away from the Amechi side, I think even the other guy, is it Tony Cole, the one that was a minister before? I think that one as well.
Tony Cole, yeah.
I think that one as well have gone away from Amechi as well. So even Amechi himself is not even in town; he's not around. So I don't think he plans to even participate in the political campaign that is coming up. I don't think he even bothered about it as well. So it makes sense for them to try to have Wike on their side, because they know that what is the point of you bothering about somebody that's not going to be involved anyway? You know, Amechi is not going to be involved. So what is the point? So if you look at all the,
go on.
That's of course, but that's what I'm saying. The man is not involved at all. Since after the primaries, have you seen him? He did a parade to Rivers. After that, that was it. I've not seen or heard from Amechi since then. So basically, he has taken his own leave of absence and he's gone out.
He lives in Abuja.
Yeah, well, his family are in Canada, so really, and that is where his home would be. So your home is where your family is. So he lives in Canada, really, but he works in Abuja.
And I would not be surprised, if Tinubu was to win that election, even if Wike does not decamp from PDP, I would not be surprised if Tinubu made him a minister in his government.
I'm pretty certain he will.
It won't surprise me at all. It won't surprise me at all.
Have you noticed, out of all of the presidential primaries, it is only still the voice of Wike that we are hearing. We've even forgotten that we have a vice president. When was the last time you heard or thought of Oshibanjo? And if it wasn't for this story, we've all forgotten that there was a human being called Amechi.
That's true. But Oshibanjo, I think he had a surgery last time. I think he's still recovering from his surgery. So the man is just cooling down. That was one person I was actually hoping APC would have nominated for their ticket, because the way the country is going, we need upright people to actually take affairs of that country. I understand a lot of people were tying him to the Buhari government, but the little we saw when Buhari was not around, that tells you a lot about what that man could have done for that country.
Do you think Oshibanjo would have a role in a Tinubu administration, or could he even have a role? Haven't been the vice president, what sort of role would he have? Do you think he can have a role though? Yeah.
No. So if you're a vice president, there's only one way to go: presidency. Is he going to go be a minister? What role is he? No. I don't see him playing any part. He's just going to go back to University of Lagos and continue to do his teaching. That's one thing I like about that man. He's very simple. There's nothing complicating about him.
Do you think we will hear his voice in the Tinubu campaign? Because we've not heard him endorse Tinubu yet. He has not come out frontally to say, "Okay, I concede and I'm on board." Do you think we'll hear his voice in the campaign for Tinubu?
It might be, but to be honest with you, does it really matter? Because don't forget, VP is from the Southwest. Does he have the same? Will you say Oshibanjo is a popular person? Is a more popular person than Tinubu himself in the Southwest? No.
But he has credibility now. Like people like you, for instance, who just admire and respect Oshibanjo, and he has good oration as well. So he's well spoken. It will certainly add to the thing if he comes on board and is very frontal and vocal.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a good idea. It's a good idea, but I don't think it will make any difference. But I'm sure it will be around when the campaign proper starts. I'm sure it will be part of the campaign. will he be following them around? No, it's the vice president. He will just say, look, he has work to do. But it will
Do
be,
you
I
think
think
he's
he
still
will play some
bitter
part.
from his loss? Do you think he's still bitter from his loss?
No, I don't see him like that, like that kind of a person. I don't know if you understand that. The way I look at Osinbajo, right? I look at him as someone who just, he just take everything as it comes. Like you do the right thing at the right time when things go your way, when things happen, when things flow. Just like that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay, fine. I'm out of it. I don't think I don't see him like someone who hold grudges.
Do you think that his relationship with Tinubu is irreparable? Because we saw how that primaries played out and everybody was stepping down. He, Osinbajo, that Tinubu did the most for out of everybody. He sought to stab him in the back, but did not succeed. Is that relationship, is it irreparable now? Even Tinubu tried to snub him at the rostrum at the primaries.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
On Osinbajo's side, I don't think he's got any problem with Tinubu. He just did what he thinks constitutionally is entitled to do. But on the Tinubu side, Tinubu was still giving it to Ahmed Lawan for contesting. So you just knew that Tinubu is a very vindictive person. He would not let it go. So if he was still giving it to Ahmed Lawan, the day he had that Emiloko rant, it was all because of Osinbajo. So Tinubu will not let it go. But I don't think Osinbajo needs Tinubu anyway, because if you look, everything he was given by Tinubu, he never asked for it. He never begged for it. It was Tinubu that went to go and even begged him to come and be the Attorney General of Lagos State at the time. So, and he gave Tinubu conditions at the time, according to information that I got. And he gave Tinubu conditions which Tinubu have to accept before Osinbajo took that position. Then he gave part of the condition was complete independence for him to be able to do his work. And Tinubu at the time accepted that. And when they picked him for vice president, he never put himself forward. The man was sitting, then Tinubu and his people, they deliberate among themselves. And Tinubu said, okay, no, I'm going to pick Yemi Osinbajo. So there was no point where he personally lobbied for any of those positions or where he personally begged for it before he got it. So he is somebody that I see that is contempt with whatever position he finds himself.
If it wasn't for Tinubu, nobody in Nigeria would know that there's a human being called Osinbajo.
Yeah, that's true. But has he ever? I don't think it has ever bothered Osinbajo, and I don't think the Tinubu promoting him would not have changed anything from his life. I think he's just a simple person. Whether he became vice president or not, that wouldn't have made any difference to his life.
All right. All right. Let me take you to.
But can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Akim, you are saying that his support or campaign for Tinubu will not make any difference. It will surely make a big difference because some people on the religious side, if they see Osinbajo, who is their beloved one, backing Tinubu, might change their mind, particularly those from the West and in the South, in particular. So I believe his support for Tinubu, open campaign for him in the South and in some part of the country, and within APC, it will change a lot of people's hearts. Those that are not giving their support to Tinubu on the basis of Muslim ticket now. Yeah, it could change their mind.
So, Ajali Koko, could the Tinubu's wife not just do that for him? Is it not the same thing?
No, you can't. Come on, man, Akim. Tinubu's wife.
She's a Christian. She's a Christian as well.
No, hold on.
A deaconess,
Status. Yeah. We are talking of the status of the vice president, a man that is well known, a man that is connected to a lot of people within the party. And as a matter of fact, we can call him the leader of the Christians in APC by the virtue of his position. So the Christians that are still aggrieved because of Muslim can still listen to him. He can do a lot of things, bringing them together and telling them to look, let us work together, let us back him. They can still listen to him. They can listen. He can help Tinubu a lot. Those of Dogara and the other people that, in the party that are, not giving their support to Tinubu now, he can bring them on the team to give their support to Tinubu. So don't say that his personality or he cannot. No, he can do a lot. He can change a lot of people's mind. Tinubu's wife is nobody. She is nobody at all.
In my own opinion, Ajali Koko, if it doesn't make any difference by now, 5 or 6 months to election, I don't see it making any difference.
No. Campaign have not started.
Yeah, those people have already made up their mind. The ones that are saying they don't want to support Muslim ticket, they've already made up their mind.
No, a lot of people will still change their mind. A lot of people are sitting on the fence. A lot of people on the election day, their mind will change on who they will vote for. So when the campaign, I think it's going to start in August. I mean September, right?
Yeah, September.
Yes, and then he has a lot. He has a lot of things to do to give to Tinubu with his public support and public campaign for Tinubu. He can give a lot to Tinubu. So don't let us discard him because he's a quiet man, just like you mentioned. He's a quiet man. He wants to do things the right way, but a lot of people respect him. If we were to be that man on the ticket of APC, look, it would have been a different ball game across the country now. Peter Obi phenomenon will not be as much as now.
I don't think Peter Obi would have contested if Oshibanjo had won that primary.
A lot of people will be behind Oshibanjo. In the east, in the south side, across, a lot of people, even the north, will stand with him. He will have been a game changer. Don't discard him like that, as if he has nothing to offer.
No, I never discard. I was even one man. Did that sound discard? Did that sound like I was discarded Oshibanjo? I never discarded.
Well, no, you were painting it as you saw it, but
because he said he cannot make any. The support cannot make any difference. He doesn't have that political weight.
I said in the southwest. I don't think it will make any, because I don't think
it will make a lot of difference. It will make.
I don't think Oshibanjo is popular than Tinubu in the southwest. That's what.
Look, he is popular. He is popular.
Let me put Ajale Koko, let me put it this way, because I think you may well both be right. So I can may well be right that Oshibanjo is not Tinubu is more popular than Oshibanjo, but the point that I suspect Ajale Koko may be making is that Oshibanjo is very popular amongst the southwesterners that Tinubu is not popular with. So the sort of southwesterner that doesn't like Tinubu, they like Oshibanjo, and they will listen to Oshibanjo if he's able to. And he has good oratory skills. So I think maybe a bit of both right somewhat.
Yeah, we're not far apart. It's not like I'm arguing that Oshibanjo does, but I'm just saying, for me, I think Ajale Koko somehow is somehow right, but for me, I just feel like those political elites that have made up their mind regarding the Muslim ticket, I don't see them coming back. That's my own opinion. That's my own position. But you made your own position regarding the ordinary voters. I think in that regard, you might be right to some certain extent, that there are people who he will still be able to convince to change their mind regarding the religious stand when it comes to casting their vote for the Muslim ticket. But I was just kind of talking about their political elite, the Dogaras and the grass cutter, Babashe Lawa, and those ones that have said they will not support a Muslim ticket.
Yeah, his voice carries more weight in that space amongst the Christian APC types. they will listen to him more than they will listen to Babachir Lawal, who they all see as a criminal, you know.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I just said now.
And there's one other guy, Elisha Abo, the one that was slapping some girl in some sex shop. He has now jumped on the Muslim. He's claiming indignation that the Muslim Muslim. He even left the party. Do you remember that guy now? Elisha Abo. You know that was. He's now a Christian. He's
look, in the present situation we find ourselves in Nigeria politically, if you put Osinbajo side by side with Tinubu for election in the West, Osinbajo will defeat Tinubu. In the present situation we find ourselves today, with the crisis that's rocking us, with regard to corruption, and because a lot of people see him as something new, a person that can offer new direction, they will prefer Osinbajo than Tinubu. What do you call this thing? Opinion polls were carried out before their primary. Osinbajo was beating Tinubu.
No, I don't doubt. I don't doubt. I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting because I think.
All right, let's round up that space here.
I think, you know, with Osinbajo already have
very popular. A lot of people like him, but it's not popular among the politicians.
That's what I'm saying. I prefer.
But when you are talking about the people, the public, he is popular than Tinubu. People will prefer him than Tinubu. Yeah.
I prefer Osinbajo, and I know a couple of people that are kind of supporting Obi, who would have preferred, who actually wanted Osinbajo to clinch the APC ticket. I prefer Osinbajo because even when he acted on behalf of Buhari, you saw the man. Straight away you just tell this is why can't we just swap the ticket straight away right there? Just swap it, like change the whole thing back and front. But it is the hand that we were dealt at the time, and we were just hoping if Buhari could have stayed a bit longer where he was at the time, because you could see that there were a bit of relief in the country. You know, everybody felt different. The atmosphere at that time was just like, it's like there was this this bubble, just, you know, all of a sudden it becomes a relaxed atmosphere. The man went into the airport, saw the nasty toilet, fired the man straight away. This Mama Daura that was behaving like as if he owns the country, he went to go and hijack the National Assembly. Osinbajo fired the man straight away. No look back. And this was the same man who had written a letter to the National Assembly to oppose Magu's appointment, and Buhari didn't do anything to him. Osinbajo fired his ass quickly, you know. So those were the things I was looking at this man and say, wow, this is the man that should have just been the president, because he was not taking any nonsense. You do what you're not supposed to do, you're gone. You know, everybody, you see things begin to move in the right direction. Even dollar to naira appreciated significantly. Then Buhari came back. Then he started all his magic.
The Balabaru again. All right, thank you, Akim. Akim, I want to take you to one more space before I go on to Thomas. But before I take you there, can I invite the people listening? Thank you for the viewership. So if you want to click on the like button, you can, because that helps the platform's YouTube algorithm. So we are pushing for the likes for reasons that it shows engagement, which then makes YouTube want to present it to a wider audience. So if it doesn't offend you to click on the like button, then please do that. And then I'm also looking for 50 people to subscribe because I want to hit a particular target. So if 50 of you that are not already subscribed, if you can do that now, that would be absolutely great. So all of you click on the like button, and a minimum of 50 of you click on the subscribe button. So as you set about doing that, let's hear Akim's commentaries on this space. This is Reno Omokri's permutation, Akim. It says the biggest beneficiary of Peter Obi's presidential race is Tinubu, not obedience. Peter won't affect APC votes. So this is Reno Omokri. I've read out that his arguments twice, so I'm sure you are familiar with it. But how are you responding to it, Akim?
You see, when you are making comment like this based on previous antecedent and the way other permutation normally flow, so some people will try to bring some illogical argument into it, but we all know how things work sometimes. But sometimes, maybe once in a million times, it might work differently. But normally, most of the time, things are always the way they are. So we know how the voting pattern works, and Reno is not wrong. If Obi, as projected, is getting a huge number of votes from the southeast, it's going to cost Atiku at least up to 500,000 to 1 million votes in an election year, right? In an election year where you cannot afford to give that much an inch. It's going to be a trouble for him. So don't forget that the numbers that is going to come out from the southwest, at least 5 of those 6 southwest states, you expect Tinubu to get a minimum 75% vote from those states. If Tinubu does not get at least 75% vote from places like
the
Ondo,
only place he won't get 75% is probably Lagos.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying the other 5 states. He should be able to get at least 75%, and if he does that, then with all the damages Obi is going to do around, then the election is almost done. This is why people like myself are just say, every time you ask me, I say, for me, I say advantage Tinubu as we speak at the moment, and Reno is not wrong. If Obi had the spread, right, I wouldn't be making the same focus. If Obi had even gone into a coalition with Kwankwaso, so then you are in a no man's land. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You are in a no man's land. So it becomes something that you cannot say, okay, but as it stands now, Dati Baba Ahmed does not command anything.
It doesn't bring anything to
it brings
this
nothing
ticket.
to brings nothing to the table. And that's why I was surprised. Why would you go for such candidate? I don't understand. Even if you don't want to go for Kwankwaso, you could have even gone to somebody like Shekarau and said, listen, I want to work with you. You could have gone to somebody like that, someone that at least either they've been a governor before, or they've been, they have a followership from the north, not somebody who rigged the election to get to the Senate and was kicked out. So I wish he had done that and made this thing more competitive.
Nobody wants to deputize himself to Peter Obi. That is the problem.
Yeah, but he didn't try. If he had tried, he would have got. I'm sure he would have got a proper candidate from the north.
No, I don't think any senior person wanted to associate themselves with this ticket in the north.
I don't know. I don't know. But I don't have any facts to that, so I wouldn't be speculating. I'm just saying I'm not sure he did a lot because if I was him, I would have gone for someone who can actually bring in vote from the north, because that
you know who he should have gone for? Who would have given him his best chance? If he had gone for a particular person, he would have stood a better chance of becoming president. Let me show you who Peter Obi should have gone for.
Of a state who is supposedly a ACN and in opposition federally. What's your thought about what has been happening? Looking at it as a Nigerian, what's your thought about what's been happening in Rivers State?
Let me say prestissimo, that is as quickly as possible, that the political krinkum, or if you like, the political higi-haga that has enveloped the politics of Rivers State for a period of time now has all the trappings of an odoriferous saga. Kum gagatwan gaga. And I am maniacally bewildered that this flashpoint is of no serious concern to the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is because all the flashpoints of war that has snowballed and transmogrified into bringing about a calamitous end for Nigeria always had their terminus ACO, their source of origin that is, either in one state or in one region.
So if Peter Obi had gone for that gentleman, I think his chances would have been enhanced. Kim.
One man. I know you. We're not doing comedy here now. Why you being like this? This is serious business. Listen,
I've been waiting to bring that clip in all day. So yes.
Yeah, this guy that you just paid, how much do they pay him per month?
Well, he's a senator, so his earning probably more than your prime minister.
No, it was at the time. It was
I
then,
don't know
not
now.
anymore.
Yeah.
It's from the same state with Akimo.
Yes, political higa-haga.
Yeah, but those are old videos now.
Those are old videos. There's another guy from there too.
I don't know their pay scale. Sorry.
No, those are old videos. No, the man, the guy is a well-known politician in Edo. So
is he well respected? Is he well respected in Edo, or do they see him as just a funny guy like the rest of us?
No. He's well respected because even I think he used to command a huge number of respect before he ventured into the political space. Because then when he's talking, everybody wants to hear him speak. Even I don't even want the artists. I don't want to say here, but because I remember when I was back then in uni in Epoma, then there were even things we were doing there with this man's name.
I saw a clip of him once at a students' union. I think it was in Unilag or somewhere. And as he was doing this, and the students were saying bars, as he was doing this crackum, they were just like, it was that guy, man. I love that guy, But
sometimes they are not just. It's more like a lot of them are like proper. What would I call it?
Proper words.
Proper word. But sometimes it does miss like dialect into it, because there was a time when he said the political situation I think it was in Edo State or something in National Assembly, or I said it was in a state of filaga filetable. So what I don't know if you understand, in Benin, filaga filetable means throwing share and throwing table. So it's like in a fighting space now, where you go to a party and there's a fight in a party, then they start to throw share and throw table everywhere. So, so that was so.
You know who he reminds me of, and you probably laugh when I tell you. He actually reminds me of Professor Wole Soyinka, because Professor Wole Soyinka also he will not use a simple word when he can use a complex word, because he has to show you all the time that he can show. He has to show off all the time. So that's what Wole Soyinka does. Even when he writes or speaks, he likes to use all these big, complex words. It reminds me oftentimes of Wole Soyinka.
You're right, one man. Wole Soyinka book is very difficult to read. You must have dictionary while you are reading it by the side to look at some.
Even when he writes an article in the newspaper, it's just heavy. Now you've already got the Nobel laureate now, so you won already. Now you won. What you win now?
But the thing is, these guys are used to writing.
Why must you have dictionary when you are reading?
You just want to quickly read and go on. And then you are starting to feel silly, like you are not educated enough when it's using words.
You waste the whole time studying dictionary than even reading the book. What is it?
Maybe you should ask him to write in Yoruba language, so it make it easier for.
He probably use complex words in Yoruba as well. You have to go and look for a Yoruba dictionary. He's just one of those kind of people, Sorry, I came, but back to Peter Obi and Omokri's assessment.
Yeah, I think Reno was right. Reno was right with his assessment. I think but all of these things that we are saying now, right? We never know, because this is one thing that I'm always thinking, that we are where we are today. Nobody knows tomorrow. Because my own, I'm always looking at it that the campaign might pick up in a different direction that nobody expects. You might see it could happen that some people come out from some different angle that you don't expect, and they begin to endorse Peter Obi. That could lead to something with none of us have taken into consideration. So I'm not just going to say for the election is just dead on arrival, but I'm going to say it's going to be like a mountain for him to climb.
You know they are going to attack him very viciously very soon, as soon as the campaign starts. And the person going to lead that attack is Festus Keyamo. He's going to, because they are digging up his records. They are putting his records together as we speak.
Oh, they listen. Keyamo, Oshomole, Oshomole, they will go. Oshomole have already said that.
Yes.
They will go hard on him, especially see Oshomole when he start talking. That short man, you you don't want his trouble at all. I think people will say, don't go after Oshomole, because the man when he start talking, him. Nothing you say that is going to stick to him. That is how Oshomole is. But he has mouth. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for that time.
If they find 2 or 3 things that Peter Obi has said, has claimed, that is factually untrue, that actually a lie, that would destroy him, because all of his campaign and persona and his positioning is all about credibility. That is the only space that he is occupying. If they can unpick just 2 or 3 significant things, hold on, which is easily done, that will unravel him very quick. They will savage him anyway. I think they will.
But this is why I keep saying that when you want to engage Obi supporter and they just don't want any form of engagement, when that time comes, you won't be able to run away from this. You will have no choice but to face it. It's better you are prepared now. You know what is coming your way than you just living in a bubble. When that time comes, you just look stupid. So for me, sometimes I've heard someone saying, when Obi become president, he will sell all the presidential jets, and then he will be using Ibom hair to travel, Ibom hair to travel. Like, just imagine that kind of talk.
It's a wild space. That's
you know what I'm saying. Imagine that. Do you even need to go that far? You don't need it. There's no point for it. That is overselling. You don't need it. I'm not that dumb. I'm not that dumb to understand that as a president, you need some level of luxury, because that is what you have to have at the time.
Some people are that dumb, and that's what is counting on.
How can you just say the president is going to be taking the president is going to go on a private plane to come on, man? What are we doing?
And Nigeria is a big country, the 25th or top 30 economy in the world, certainly. But it's willful ignorance rather than being dumb. They are willfully ignorant for reasons of, this is the first time they've ever really had a real chance. So I think they are delirious. It's delirium, it's we understand now.
Yeah, but it does not help anybody. It does not help anybody. It's not helping anybody. Okay, look at the interview that Baba Ahmed gave on that security issue. There were still people who are defending him. Oh no, you don't have to give any security. I said, what are you talking about? You don't have to answer that question. You have to answer the question. Okay, just imagine an opposition is like a government in waiting. If you are in an opposition, you are like a government in waiting. So it is even good for you to suggest policies to the government of the day. So if they don't take your policies on board, then you can use it against them. If they take your policies on board and it works for
it against them,
exactly, it's a win-win for you. It's a win-win for you.
You have to have a policy to be able to use it. But if this is the policy, then
in a facility tonight. Does the Peter Obi dirty ticket have a solution to insecurity in Nigeria?
We do.
And what is that?
My answer is that we do. Just take it. We do.
What solution do you have?
We do have the solution.
How would you fix it?
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So round off the mockery space, Akim, and then I'll go on to Thomas for reasons of time. But interesting times in Nigerian politics.
But one man, I want to ask you a question too.
All right. Okay, insert that question so that if Akim can take it on as well, and then go on. Sorry.
When I called them dumb, you corrected me and you said that okay, they are willfully ignorant, which I agree with. But my question is, why are they willfully ignorant?
I just explained now. This is the first moment in the sun. This is the first time that they are feeling sunlight on their faces. So of course, I mean, this is the first real possibility of anything. So it's just a rush of blood. You know when you know when you put too much sugar in your whatever, you know that rush of blood to
Yes,
the
but
head. So it's
why
a
did they
rush of
get
blood to the
to?
head.
But why did they get to the state where they are in, that they are having this kind of condition? Because it's not normal.
I just told you now, this is their first opportunity, so they are delirious.
Okay.
Yes, it's a rush of blood to the head now. They're somewhat delirious, but
Yeah, but it doesn't help. Look, just imagine. Okay, we have. You have what? Just imagine. I want to say something now. Just imagine that was an Atiku person or a Tinubu person in that studio. They will rip him to pieces.
They would tear him apart.
They will tear him apart. And this is what I don't understand. So why is it bad for one person? It is good for your own person. If it's not good, it is not good for everybody. If it's good, it is good for everybody. The country you say you want to repair, but you're already showing biasness. So imagine when the person become president, if he's failing, you'll be looking for all form of excuse to kind of take him out of the limelight. So don't. If that's what I say, if I had powers, I will make Peter Obi president. These people, you will see, they will start blaming Fulani. No, those Fulani, they are the one pressing the button behind. So some kind of propaganda.
You know, if Peter
Obi
became president, the same ugliness that we're seeing here, it will be all these people. They'll still be doing these same things throughout his whole tenure. They're just that gnashing of the teeth. It's just it's so vile. But there it is. Let me not take it too far.
Yeah, that's why for me, I've already said, listen, I'm not going to support anybody because I believe that a restructuring should come first before anything. And I don't want to start wasting my time supporting one candidate, knowing that at the end of the day, the person is going to go there and then start doing nonsense. No, let's restructure the country first before we start talking about some credible candidate. That is my position. And on that Reynolds this thing, I hope they don't start going to say they want to go and kill his daughter again or something, because that is what you always get when anybody have anything negative to say about Obi on the social media space. He said that going for calling for the person's head or something. I don't understand when this whole thing become a cultist issue, man.
Brilliant. Well put. So, Akeem, join us as often as you can, because anytime you turn up, you illuminate the space. Another person that illuminates, of course, one of the audience favorites. Let's go on to Thomas to sample his opinion.
No, Mama, last time I was on, when I carried on talking, I didn't even know my phone was off, and I was just talking like some madman.
Oh, yes.
When I look at my phone, the thing was turned off. I said, what? I checked, my battery was dead.
Yes, I saw you saying that in the comment section. I was even still talking to you, and then I suddenly saw that you were off the screen. But no, it happens now. But thank you. So that's Akeem, of course, a voice that I'm sure you are getting used to and enjoying every anytime it turns up. So from Akeem to Thomas, who now comes under Vote Your Choice, changing his name all the time. So Thomas, are you ready to go?
Yes, please.
Oh, all right. So I'll take you quickly then to the space of the interaction between Peter Obi and Pa Adebanjo. I think we've been on that storyline for quite a while now. But Pa Adebanjo then saying that what they put to Obi was that their key interest was the restructuring of the country. We never got the inclination that Obi either acceded or gave them any assurances. But do you think that the Afenifere and the Middle Belt space should have negotiated first before endorsing Peter Obi?
Oh, thank you, woman. Good evening, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. Woman, it's just like somebody coming out and he doesn't have a plan, and I'm putting my weight behind that person. So I don't understand that very. I think we have talked about this countless of times. So if Afenifere endorse him even before they know his own manifesto, and even let's just digress a bit, even what
Peter Obi represents, it doesn't resonate with the party that he is now. So even that two things is even very controversial. Let's put that one aside. So let's just say if Peter Obi happens to bring out his manifesto tomorrow, then there is no restructure in his manifesto. So what will the Afenifere do? Are they going to withdraw their support for him? I don't know. Then if they withdraw their support for him, that would be a big disaster, because as aged and what would I say, as aged, responsible and respected people took them for, it would not be good for them to go back on their own assertion. And people have been saying this even before Peter Obi came out. The Afenifere have been saying the ticket should go to the southeast. I still have this question. Peter Obi is not the only candidate coming out from the southeast. Why Peter Obi? They should have put their even weight on eastern, southeastern candidates, not particularly Peter Obi. And you, Wama, you argue that Peter Obi is the only, the viable one. They see it can be the president of Nigeria. I don't believe that. Everybody on the ticket, they are Nigerian. They have the viability to become Nigeria, even though we know those are the front runner. But in Constitution of Nigeria, everybody is viable to be the president. It now comes to the citizen to choose who they who they want them to rule them or to serve them in the both sides. So I disagree with Afenifere 100%. They should have waited for him to bring out his manifesto, because I don't know if tomorrow Peter Obi decide not to put restructuring in his manifesto, what will they do? And Showore is there shouting for restructuring. Yes, even before he come out for this second round, Atiku has clearly stated that he has restructure in his own agenda. We don't know, maybe we carried it out, maybe he wants to cajole Nigeria, but at least he's still in his manifesto, he's still in his agenda to restructure the country. So if Peter Obi don't have any assertion that yes, I'm going to restructure the country, so and they follow him, I don't understand Afenifere. And I still say this: they can't speak for me as a Yoruba man. They don't have any. They can't speak for me. I don't count them as anything. Because for them to endorse Peter Obi, to me is an anti-Yoruba. Even though they don't like Tinubu for anything, there are other Yoruba candidates on the ticket for now. I don't know why they endorse Peter Obi. So I don't understand them, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Thomas. So just to the audience, we're still pushing for the so click on the like button if you have no reasons not to click on it. And we're still pushing for that. We're 50 new subscribers we are targeting today. So we've requested for that, and some of you have responded. Thank you. But we are still not as close to the number as we would like to be. So we want 50 subscribers today. So if you click on the red subscribe button, then you help us along the line to hit that 50 mark. So 50 new subscribers we're wanting. So click on the subscribe button and click on the like button as well. As we take Thomas to Abuja and take him on a drive to Kaduna, this is a trip that Festus Keyamo is going to be in the lead car of. I can drive from Abuja to Kaduna without escorts, Festus Keyamo. So should it be made to leave those words, Thomas?
One man, I will borrow him my car if he can drive through that road. Then I said, as I said earlier on, as we are speaking now, people are plying that road day and night. So, and if you ply that road, it's on your own detriment. It's on your own risk to ply that road. I don't think Kaduna Abuja road has been closed for people not to ply that road. So if Festus Keyamo think he can do that, hey, good for him. One man, I don't know why we are surprised about what Festus Keyamo said. This is a person, a lawyer, is working for a client and is speaking on the side of his client. So there's no surprise, one man. I even expect him to say you can even walk from Kaduna to Abuja on your foot, and nothing will happen to you. I expected him to say even more ridiculous word, more than that. He's there to sell Buhari's administration. He will never talk anything against the administrators. Never. Let's go back to Lai Mohammed, one man. They said they killed somebody, they massacre people in Lekki Tollgate, which we saw on the video. People were shot. Lai Mohammed asks you, where's the body? Can anybody produce the body? Even though we know that people were shot. But that is what they are there to do. They are there to do the propaganda for the administration. That is their job. I'm not surprised. I even expected him to speak more ridiculous word, more than that. So that is what he meant to do, one man. And I give him kudos for doing that. It's now it's now up to Nigerians to resist him, to like the backlash. The noise should be on social media. Everybody should speak against him, but he's doing what he's supposed to do and expect more. When the campaign started officially, come out September 23. So I expected him to do more than that. Is he right? No, but that is what he's supposed to do, one man. And he's doing his job. I give him kudos. Even though it's ridiculous, I give him kudos. He should continue doing that. And it's up to Nigeria to choose. Vote for your choice. Choose the right person. Choose people that you want on the ticket. That is my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let me take you to another space. The Reno Omokri permutation. So you've heard me read it out twice. So your thoughts, and then on how he concluded.
One man, I think Reno Omokri will normally watch this platform. There is nothing new of what Reno Omokri said. We have predicted this thing. We have permutated everything that he said. The article camp, they will suffer a loss, more loss, and obedient camp to article problem will be on the person that will gain more. It is Tinubu. There is no doubt about that. Let's talk about obedience. The strong goal of PDP is in the southeast. Peter Obi has hijacked that. There's no doubt about that. Even though PDP will still get some votes, let's not lie to ourselves. PDP will still get some votes in the southeast because southeast is the stronghold of PDP. But I know Peter Obi will get more than 25%, more way than 25% in the southeast. So that is done. The wicked problem is there if they don't resolve their problem as well. So in the southwest, Tinubu will win landslide. Nobody can take that from Tinubu. If you like it or not, Muslim ticket, Yoruba will vote for Tinubu. Their Yorubaness come first before religion. And if Tinubu doesn't pick Muslim as his running mate, I think those people that want him to lose the election, those are the ones that is pushing for Muslim Christian ticket. I'm a Christian, but I'm a Yoruba first before a Christian. If I were born into Muslim house, I would be a Muslim today, but I will still be Yoruba man. So Tinubu will win landslide in the southwest. Atiku will win. He may not win landslide in the north, but Atiku will take a chunk of vote in the north. Peter Obi will take a chunk of vote in the south, in the southeast, and the south. and people as permutated earlier on, Tinubu camp will still get vote from the south. Let's not deceive ourselves. So what Omokore said, it's 100% right. I agree with him 100%. Don't let us waste our time, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Well put, Thomas. So Thomas, let me go on from you for reasons of time, and go on to Ayo. If it's still there, Ayo, are you still there? All right. I think we may well have lost Ayo somewhat. So Ayo,
I'm here, woman.
I thought you ran away because of
No.
your A plus that you gave, because I suspected that you might run, but you've not
No,
run.
I won't.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Ayo. So to you then, so when we do the rounds again, the trip from Abuja to Kaduna, I certainly would not even be flying over that space, never mind driving on that road. But when Festus Keyamo, he has offered to make that journey. But should they hold him to those words and compel him to make that journey, Ayo?
All right, thank you, woman. And please subscribe if you have not, and also please click the like button. Oh well, they can. It is personal opinion. If he says yes, he will do it. I'm sure if he's compelled to do it, he must do it because he said it openly, national. Yes, I can drive there. Yes, and also I think I know like 4 people who have traveled to Abuja in the last 2 weeks or thereabout. I know they went by road. Like 2 said, no, I won't go by road. I will go by air. And like some said, okay, I just want to. And they went by road. I came back. So I'm not saying it is safe. At least will be, but at least I know about 2 people who have gone through that same road twice in the space of like 4 weeks. They went from Lagos to Abuja. So, but if he says yes, he will do it. Or why not? They should give it the test to do it without any escort, without anything, and he should drive from Kaduna to Lagos. Sorry, from Kaduna to Abuja.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you then to the space that's generating the most debate. The 2 spaces really. The Reno Omokri permutation, which makes it uses words like daydreaming, which you may think is a bit excessive, but it's saying essentially that the best recruitment agent that Tinubu has is Peter Obi, because his permutation is that Peter Obi is unlikely to take any votes from Tinubu spaces, certainly not from the Yoruba space, and certainly not from the Muslim space. And really, Tinubu doesn't have any votes in the southeast anyway, and Tinubu might well even have footings in the south now. But the spaces that Peter will be likely to take votes from, they are traditional spaces that belong to the PDP. So what do you then make of the conclusions being drawn by the weird man from the creeks?
Well, yes, either they like it or not. Sometimes they might say, "Oh, why is Reno saying this?" He have said it. I think I've watched him listening to say that like more than twice or thrice, saying Obi is a spoiler for them, and that's the truth. Because if you look at it, southeast, yeah, that is the zone for PDP. And now with Obi in the race, that chunk of votes would be taken from them, especially southeast and part of it, to Labour Party, and which means if PDP were expecting to get, let's say, 2 million votes from there, that 2 million will now have been shrink to like maybe 1 million votes now into half, or more than a little bit more than that, or less than that. So he's saying the fact, which is the truth about it, that this Obi force is stronger in the southeast. And what this is going to do is to reduce the vote of PDP. He's a PDP person, but he knows the truth, and that is the truth. So if anybody feels, oh, he's just saying trash, is that what he's saying is to his pocket, is not the truth. Sometimes that's why I say the truth is always bitter. That is the truth. That vote, because that is the stronghold of PDP. South, southeast. So, and even already before Obi, I think in the South, they've lost about 2 or 3 governors to APC. Imo State, Benny Yade, and which other one? David Umahi. So That's about 3 out of their strongholds. And that was before Obi moving to Labour Party. So if he says that he has studied the whole thing and he knows that this will affect them. So if anybody feels is saying what is not true, then let's wait. But that is the truth. And that is why I never expected Atiku to still be toying with Wike, because there is problem going on in southeast. And this is somebody you need to hold to your side. And you have the likes of Sule Lamido saying, don't worry, forget him. You don't need Wike. We can get our vote without him. And I think I was reading through Vanguard today, not quite long, some few hours ago. One of the person from Rivers State, I think is a rep, supporting Atiku. He says, oh, the reason why Wike is trying to witch hunt him is because of his support, and very soon he's going to organize maybe 1 million march or something in the south and for Atiku and the rest like that. So, and with those things, people like Sule Lamido and the PDP BOT chairman, they will say, don't worry, if we can do that without Wike, we can bring secondaries into our team, and things will go. But that is a big mistake for them. If it is not corrected on time, it will really affect them. So Reno has said it all. Peter Obi's votes will take much of PDP strong zone from the south and southeast.
All right, brilliant, well put. So, well put. Let me take you to the space. We are not concerned about Amechi Tinubu's camp. So this is off the back, of course, of that meeting that they had with Wike in London. So it looks as though assurances have been given on both sides, and they feel sufficiently that they have Wike on board. So they are weighing the politics of River State, and they are seeing who best serves them. Even Amechi, as we know, is still bitter somewhat from the beating that he took at the primaries, and he will be happy not to see a Tinubu presidency. So the opportunity presents itself to throw Amechi under the bus and take River State. So is this political expediency in play, Amechi under the bus?
Oh yes, I read that too, saying, oh, the last election, Amechi only delivered 60,000 votes for them, which is nothing. That truly he would not deliver more than that. Even this time around, that it's better for them to make alliance and peace with Wike. Well, it's a good idea, but the only thing I don't like when they come out to say that, oh, it's relevant to us. If there's a way to use those words, manage the words without making reference to Wike, to Amici, that say, oh, well, we don't need him, we will not need him. That is what I don't really like personally. If there's a way to dodge or not to link it to him and say if he's not useful or the 6,000 votes will not do anything. We all know Wike as Rivers. He's the sitting governor, powerful governor. He has helped PDP to run the affairs since 2019 when they lost out of it. So he has that power. There is wealth, there's everything. He will control, and he will deliver the vote to them. But my own take is, I don't know how they want to play that game, that it won't affect APC. I know the chances of APC coming in there to win the election is slim, but I don't know how they want to do that. I know it has been done in the past. They say, okay, we'll agree to you, you take the governor, but when it comes to presidency, give it to us. So I know you can play there. They will do it. They will deliver to APC if they reach an agreement and say, okay, we'll give you Minister of Oil, petroleum and natural, and things like that, and another thing. So we are not there, but I know they are doing some things, holding meetings to see how it will work. But the truth is, they need Wike. That is, and not only Wike, because Wike has his own loyalists amongst the PDP governors. Samuel Otom is still there. Makinde is still there too. So if BAT is able to manage that and convince them to say, okay, this is the game. Give me this. This is what I have for you. That's a good thing for him. It will work well for him. So, and it's a added plus advantage to the BAT side. So now it's a big tax for Atiku. He needs to do a lot of things than all these not showing up, not going to meeting, because if it's not managed well, we're just feeling out. Well, we're all thinking it's like 5 months for election. Before you know it, it's next month. They start campaigning next month, maybe September 18th. Before you know it, September is gone, October, and so before it's like 2 months. So it's a good thing if Tinubu side can do it well. Yes, it's another plus for them because if anybody says no, you need Wike. And a sitting governor will always control that state when it comes to resources. If we're saying yes, it does not matter, this is this. No. This election and any election, a sitting governor has the power because he has the wealth. The security vote is there, he does not use it. Nobody queries what that security vote. So he has the vote, he has the wealth to give to them, he has the money to say, okay, yes, this is how I want you to do it. He has all the local government chairman that are still under him. So irrespective of whatever anybody says, Wike is a force to reckon with. If he goes to APC, if he goes in alliance with them, it's a big plus for Tinubu.
All right, brilliant. Have you spoken on the promises that Obi made today, or they tried to get out of him, the Afenifere space?
Oh no, I know yes, okay. That's why
yeah, you know the backdrop. Yeah, go on. Yeah, carry on.
I concur with what Thomas said. I said, look, what if tomorrow he brings out a manifesto and there is nothing like restructuring there? Are you going back? Are you not going to change your words and say, oh, we are not doing this again? So there are things that should have been done before giving that condition. Say, oh, this is this. Let's see it. Are you going to do this? Because this is what we are fighting for. We want restructuring. We want every zone to be able to produce and give back to the center. Not everybody waiting for the center before they do things. But we haven't seen anything yet. It might be there. It might not. But only time within a couple of days, we will be seeing that now. So at that time, are they going to swallow what they've said and say, oh no, we are not doing that again because it's not there? So sometimes patience does the job. They should have taken that time and wait and say, okay, let's see what comes out. When your manifesto is out, we'll be able to decide and know what will be our stake, what will be a stand on this. But they didn't say that, all because probably they felt, well, we want fairness. The Southeast, they are the only one who have not been there from the Third Republic or things like that. So, but let's see what happens. I said we're a few days to September, and before we know it, everybody will have their manifestos. We will see what is there, and we will know who is going to do that or who is not going to do it. But time will tell.
All right, brilliant. Let me go from you, Ayo, for reasons of time, to Kulata, who has come as a curiosity today. I wonder what this avatar is. Kulata, do you want to start off with your avatar if you're still there?
I'm here. Sorry. Who is that? That's I saw it and I liked it. That's supposed to be Tinubu and Pablo Escobar together.
Oh, all right. So the drug dealing something. Okay.
The drug dealing. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So to the talking points. Let me kick you off with the Reno Mokri permutation. So I suspect you may well not be far from Reno in his assertion.
Yeah, but we've been talking about this now for over a month here. I think Reno, honestly, it must be stealing our ideas on this platform. We've been talking about this. I think
it's just pretty obvious. Maybe it's not even stealing. I think everybody thinks the same, except from the people that are, away with the ferry somewhere.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe this one is obvious enough that it's not stealing. Yes. But we've discussed this stuff to death. Is Peter Obi? I mean, Peter Obi stabbed Atiku in the back because almost everybody that will vote for Peter Obi are most definitely PDP voters. Apart from the new people, apart from the new the youths that just signed up to vote, but the existing voters they're basically all PDP voters. I mean, maybe just a few will move from APC, but it's really affecting Atiku. But the only way Atiku can win now is to turn out massive numbers in the north, and not just the northwest and the northeast is not sufficient because Buhari used to do that before and he never won. So he needs to turn the entire north, including middle belt, north central, everything, and maybe take one or two states in the south for him to win now. But he's still able to pull it off. I'm not going to rule him out. And I still think as we get closer to the election, if Peter Obi's momentum dies out or starts to die out, some Southeasterners will switch their votes to Atiku because, I mean, that's what they vote for normally.
All right, brilliant. And to this space, the drive from Abuja to Kaduna is a scenic route.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Oh, Ajan Lekoko, I really want to push for time. So let me just push it on
Okay.
because yeah. So the drive from Abuja to Kaduna is a scenic route, but is it a drive that you want to take on, Kulata? But certainly one that Festus Keyamo is volunteering for. But would you join him? And the landscape is nice now.
I don't want to. I don't want. I'm not ready to give up all my retirement to kidnappers. Our Festus Keyamo, I can only say one thing to him in Yoruba. Don't lo be okay. If you go and try it, then I'll believe him. Let me see him try it. I mean, yeah.
He said it on national television, though. So should they really label him with that comment?
No, I mean it's just bluffing now. It's bluffing. Yeah, I mean people do ply the road on a daily basis. Yeah, that's a fact. But I mean, this is a road that before you decide to take, you'll probably take, I mean, a bunch of rosaries or you'll drink holy water or something. Because no, I will not follow anybody to either go on a train or to drive a car or anything from Abuja to Kaduna. If I'm not flying to any of those cities, I'm not going. I mean, no way.
Just as an exercise, what do you think the value of Keyamo would be if he fell into the hands of the boys?
Because
1 billion.
This
is not a matter of 100 million anymore.
1 billion naira. At the minimum, 1 billion. What am I even saying? God say maybe like 2 billion.
And they will collect it and still Yamo to him anyway.
They'll collect. No, they should release him now after collecting 2 billion. They should let him.
Because these people, they seem to have that habit: collect the money and still do away with the person.
Yeah, they can still do away with the person. But for someone like Keyamo,
for him, they will not kill him.
They'll let him go now.
Now they will let him go as long as they can pay the.
They can pay that amount. You know how many AK-47 they will buy.
But I think 1 billion is too small, though. For first
no, they request for 2 billion.
Yes.
And Tinubu will go and pay for that.
Yes.
Tinubu is the campaign spokesman for Tinubu now. It's Tinubu
but it's Buhari's boy now. It's Buhari's boy.
Buhari or Dajuni Buhari don't wait for Buhari.
And Buhari has switched off mentally anyway. He has switched off mentally. He has switched off. He's in Daura in his head now. Although they say he's retiring to Kaduna, not Daura.
He can't go to Katsina now. Those terrorists are all over Katsina. They will take him.
Even they are in Kaduna too.
But are they in Kaduna City or Zaria, the big cities? They're in all the outskirts of those cities, but not in the city center. Because they're not in the city center. Buhari will not be stupid enough. And one thing, he may go and join his wife in Dubai. Who knows?
Yes.
Go and join his wife.
They've been neighbors with Atiku. Look at that.
Imagine. And all of us are here like pitching against each other because of Dubai boys.
Is that not even sad that you see leaders and their children, they cannot even lead, they cannot even live in their country, but outside but rather in overseas. Is that not, does that not even tell us something that they don't even believe in that country?
They don't. Oh. If there was no Lagos in Nigeria, honestly, if there was no Lagos in Nigeria, a lot of
That country
people
will have gone.
will have gone.
Yeah.
If there was no Lagos.
All right, let me take you to this space. Kulata, the negotiation skills of the Afenifere space comes into question. So they say medicine after death. So having endorsed Peter Obi, they are now trying to get a commitment from him regarding restructuring. Is this a back to front approach being adopted by the
It's not.
Yoruba group?
Is a hasty decision that they made, and is all due to the fact that they would need to stick it to Tinubu, because now how do you
So
justify
it's
on
an eternal decision. Eternal.
is Babanla Etano is Babanla Etano is deep seated. I think it's deep seated. I won't call it hatred. I'll call it
It
loathing.
probably is hatred, because sometimes, especially when you hear Bode George speak about this,
Bode George, Bode George,
will be shaking. His butt shaking.
But Bode George is hatred. Very is probably loathing. Because that Bode George one, I just don't get that, man. He hates when you say you hate someone with a passion. He
I wonder
hates
who
him.
hates Tinubu more, Bode George or Rational Mind? Yeah.
Bode George does rational mind.
You guys should know that Bode George is a Lagosian, it's an elderly person. He knows that
Tinubu is fake.
But Bode George has a criminal past, Bode George has a criminal past.
He's an ex-convict.
Tinubu knows how much Tinubu have looted that state. And you don't expect him to just sit down and be watching and don't talk about
He's
it.
envious,
Particularly when he's in the opposition party. It doesn't mean that he hates him. I mean, speaking against governance.
That is hatred. He has no proof to it.
It is hatred. Conclude by what is hatred in politics? Are you saying that Republican against Democrat means hatred? Are you saying that Labor against
hatred for Tinubu?
Hold on, no. Let us be rational, man. Are you saying that Labor against conservative in Britain means
no? That's not what we're saying.
That's not what we're saying.
It's the same thing. It's on the same. It's the same. It's not hatred.
This is personal.
It's not hatred.
This is personal.
You people should not be concluding this. What is it? Hatred. Hatred. We are talking of the word hatred. It's not hatred.
So what
they are both in opposition party, and the person has been governing the state for the party have been in charge of the state for 12 years, and they have not even achieved so much that to better the life of Lagosians. And you are saying that them in opposition should not, speak against them or criticize them. Criticizing Tinubu does not mean that person hates him now.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How many times have you seen Lagos State PDP chairman or their PRO coming out to attack Tinubu? But once Bode George has an opportunity,
they do several times. It's because Bode George is an elderly person.
With is the backbone against Tinubu.
Look, why that of Bode George is prominent is because it's the backbone of the party.
All right. I might not be able to get to Sole and World Peace because I am going to finish in 20 minutes. But
okay, let's just leave that space there.
All right. So back to you, Kulata.
Yeah, I mean, it's those babas. I respect their age and all, but they goofed. They really goofed big time, because if that's what they're doing now, all they're trying to do is just look for a valid excuse to back their support. But it will suck if Peter Obi doesn't have restructuring in his manifesto, and if he doesn't even release any manifesto, then at the end of the day,
Peter Obi has been avoiding a lot of the big ticket issues. So
yes,
it's not a position on restructuring, not a position on insecurity.
It doesn't really have any position on anything.
Anything.
It's just a vacuous politician. Just look, if I want to hear about the problem, I'll listen to Rufai or what's his cousin on Arise TV or Sheon. They can speak about the problem. If I want to listen to the solution, I want a politician to tell me what I will do. Stop describing. What it does is it describes the problem, then jump to comparative statistics of another country, and that is it. And then you will now ask him, they will say MDG, MDG, SDG. What is MDG, SDG? Those are goals. You should have a plan on getting to those goals. If that is what you want your goals to, it's like me coming to meet you that, hey, we need to do something. You're now saying, okay, these are the KPIs. These are the KPIs. Okay, what is the project plan that will be able to measure any key performance indicators? So stop telling me MDG, SDG. Like, give me a plan. What can you achieve in 4 years? I need a timeline. I need a budget. And I need, how much resources you'll be able to gather to do it. I don't need all this superfluous pie in the sky nonsense. Anybody educated enough will see through the nonsense of Peter Obi's bluff. I'll wait till September before I give up on him. By September.
How long do you think he can continue to coast on this like a vague and ambiguous narrative?
But it's selling now. It's selling.
Yeah, but how it can't, because it's running out of steam now. When will it run out of steam? Because they are just jolling it along, no substance, not there's no tangibles that you can hold on to, and it's just it's like just pepping you along, kicking it down the road.
It's just pep talk. It's gonna pep talk his way. If he doesn't release a plan by time campaign starts, it's gonna pep talk his way to February, and it's people that are buying it. Because aren't we just tired of hearing about the problems? We all know the problems. We know it in and out. We need solutions. I beg, let's move on from
and when you ask them for solutions, we all heard what Dati Baba has to say. We have it. We do. Just accept, like I said, we do.
Come on.
Could you see the panic on his face? It was really the face that was a man that
it was dumbstruck. He didn't know what to do. It was just like we do.
But the biggest, most paramount issue, you have not prepped for that. Even say something that is still vague somewhat. We do. Just take it from me. We do.
I'm waiting for when Peter Obi will now start sitting the way we talk here that, okay, revenue. This is what I'm going to do for revenue. We'll be able to achieve this in a matter of 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And then let's know. So let's know that, okay, realistically.
We do. We do.
We do. My God.
Tinubu told you how he's going to raise revenue.
Tinubu has a plan now. He has a plan,
what do you mean?
They're revising it. He's talking about. He's going to increase taxes.
It's going to increase taxes in an economy that is not functioning. In a dying economy.
But it is something. Whether you like it is a different
thing. What is something? You want to squeeze life out of people? And it's going to. How does he want to raise taxes? A person that have never spoken to the press, never spoken to the media.
That is one
never started down to say anything, and you people are championing that man that is a failure.
Look, it is still something. Whether you like that something is your choice. But Atiku has given some.
What is the something?
A solution. Atiku has given privatization. Tinubu is giving taxation and also some form of regional, what's it called? This market, what's this name that Awolowo did something in the big way? That thing that you have, I can't remember.
Market board or something like that.
Market board or something. It's giving market board. It's giving, there's still something. It's something for you to go and sit down and think about, whether you like it or not. But at least it is a solution, not, Nigeria is suffering. This. If I want Nigeria is suffering, nobody can say it more than Ajanle Kuku. I can come and listen to you on this platform to tell me how bad things are. But I want a solution.
Kolata.
Yeah.
It would be fair to say Ajanle Kuku is the most rational person on this studio, because I've been listening since, to me, I feel it's becoming unfair the way we are criticizing Peter Obi. None of them is free. Clearly, I've not heard of a Tinubu solution. Just as Adeleko just said, it took the word out of my mind. Neither Atiku solution will save the country. None of them, none of the
Tinubu
three
is even
candidates.
the worst. He have never spoken. We have never heard anything from him.
There's
And you
a
people are saying
plan.
that, oh,
There's a
which
plan,
plan?
guys.
Which plan?
Hold on.
There's a
Let him
plan
come and
floating around.
let him come and
Tinubu has already
let
told
him
us
come
that
and articulate his plan.
he has done that.
Let him
though.
come and articulate his plan. We
has
heard
done
that
that.
people came,
Has he not
he
done that? He
couldn't
has
come
done
and
that now.
articulate his plan. Let us come and hear him. At least
the
Obi
way-
is going around, Obi is talking, is saying
Yeah.
whatever he wants to do,
I
even though that
want-
he doesn't have plan. But he that has plan, he cannot come and articulate it, and you people are defending
But
him.
he has articulated
Wait
his
for
plan,
that. You
though.
will
He
see
has.
stress. You will
He
see
has.
stress.
All I need to do is read the
Kulata,
plan. I don't need
Kulata,
someone
Kulata.
talking about the plan. I just need to read it.
Kulata, you're the one giving us the plan here most of the time, which Atiku would do. And then one man will expatiate on it. Solly will come and defend with emotion. And a local one of Australia will always tell you he will buy it whatever Tinubu is doing. That's what I've been hearing for the past 2 months. And Angelico have taken the word away from my mouth. So I won't say much. Let's be fair and let's be rational on this place. Hold on, Kulata, hold on. Kulata, hold on. I'll be observing, so that's why I can judge this. None of them, like I said, 3 of them, none of them have better plan than any of them, each other. They all have fake plan. None of their plan will take Nigeria away. But to be fair, if we criticize Obi this much, let's go to Tinubu too and criticize Tinubu. I think it's not in the plan.
Can you see my avatar?
We leave Avatar alone. Avatar does not really matter. Let's look at Tinubu's plan. Let's put it on the table and let's
put it on the table. Let's do that. Tinubu does have a plan. Tinubu has proposed.
Don't tell me he has a plan. Put his plan on the table. The plan
what do you mean
Tinubu
put his
has.
plan on? He has already put his plan out there.
What do you? I don't understand. A plan. Do you want him to read the plan for you, or for you to go read the plan?
Plabi has such too now. He has plan too that we can read it, but that's what we can criticize him that
he has no plan. Is the thing. He has no
There's
plan.
none now. Do you think we'll just be criticizing for
presidential
anything?
candidate, particularly a leading candidate like this, should be able to speak and tell us how he want to carry out his plan. The plan is in paper, but for a lot of people that could not, lay their hand
plan
on
is
that
not good
paper
enough now.
or read it, how does he want to speak and tell us his plan? He cannot be running. He can run up and down, but he's running away from the media. The NBA the other day, he ran away. He couldn't show up. He sent the
guys.
It was in London winning an election.
Is in London.
Okay, fine. But let him come to the media and come and speak.
We're waiting for him. We're waiting for him. That is valid.
He's the only one that is running away because he cannot really articulate.
Ajale Koko,
because they know they can't win an election. That's why they are jumping around.
Ajale Koko, the criticism started with plan or no plan. So for me, what is tangible for me is to be able to read something. I do not care whether they can talk about it or not.
What is good for goose is always good for Obi doesn't have a plan.
I give Obi till September. I give him till September.
A plan that cannot come and explain his plan to us. You don't want to hold him responsible.
That is your own. That is your own. Me, I like reading.
Okay.
I like reading.
So, gentlemen, I want to seek to start to round off here, because I don't want to go past the 5-hour mark. But I'm going to acknowledge Ayo's super chat, and then I want to round off. So I'll round off allocating 2-minute slots for closing remarks, but I don't want to get past that 5 hours. So Ayo super chats to say, Bode George envies Tinubu. He wishes to be what Tinubu is, and I think that's really. I think that's what a lot of people actually feel. So, so I want to really knock it on the head. 5 hours. So to land on Ajanle Koko, I'll kick it off with a world peace. So world peace, you're up.
One man, can I say something?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yes, world peace. You said I'm defending
Oh, don't open up
I'm
a
writing to
debate,
you.
oh,
I'm
because
writing
I'm
to you.
rounding up.
I'm writing to you on personal chat. Don't take it personal. It's just a talk to get it.
But that's not true though.
So
No,
don't
no,
open
don't
up
take
a
it personal. It's just a normal
all right,
talk
thank you.
now.
Sorry, apologies. No, I can't. But yeah, what pays closing remarks?
Yeah, my closing remark of today. I listened to you guys. It was fun. It was nice, but I have to point this out. Like I just said, I don't have to say too much. It's not much we scrutinize Obi, not much we say does not have a manifesto. We should scrutinize Tinubu's own. Because for me, I feel Atiku is not on the play for this. For we in the South, we should be fair to ourselves. It's either Tinubu or Peter Obi. And that's I'll be saying it. Atiku is not on the plan for us. Not that he's not on the ballot, but he is there. But we Southern should be, for once, be serious and really do the miracle of South. That this is about time for the South before I come to the South. How it comes to the South is led for us. That's how I see that part. Keyamo, like I said before, it's not everything he will speak to. There are certain things, in how much Nigerian space media is controlled by the government, he will always pick and choose what he's going to say and the question they're going to ask him. You don't have to go to those spaces that is very obvious and you try to come and paint it blue black. It make people listening look stupid. You should not talk on certain issues. And I don't know if people saw what happened in the NBA, how they were fighting. Because I came late to this show. Maybe you guys spoke about it, how these lawyers.
Yes, over handouts, those are.
So these are the lawyers now. These are the
but
people that
those guys are not well paid.
Forget about that. If they're not well paid, let's still see the decency in you that you are referring to the government, what they are doing. Make example to the government. Well, look at the lawyers are saying they're fighting for what, food or handout, destroying everywhere. Tomorrow you say Buhari government is a yam head, Fulani, Yadol, and all that. We should look into ourselves first and try to fix ourselves before we point hand to others. The Nigeria problem is very big. So everybody click on the like button, share, thumbs up. One might not have much to say. Thank you for this moment. Telco, thank you for that interaction. And one Kulata and the rest people, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Warpeace. Next time, you get more time to expand on thoughts, but it's just the pressure of time. So Saki Fada, you're up next. You've come in, but just in time for closing remarks. So just 2 minutes from Saki.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I was so busy I couldn't enter on time in the session. But as has always been, I believe that the section for today must have been very insightful and people learned a lot. Maybe today I wasn't really visible during the session. Yeah, then I don't have much to say, but on issue of I think I heard when you guys were talking about restructuring, whether P2B doesn't want to restructure or not. He has several times made his position somewhat clear on that. Even in the NBA, there was a question they asked him that related to issue of education. He said that federal government of Nigeria doesn't have any business, managing universities. That the university should be managed by states, So that federal government will support states, but states should manage universities. That is how it is done in most developed countries. Then on the issue of what Reno said, quickly, if it is true that the more P2B gets more popularity in the South, it creates more way for Tinubu to win. If you believe that, one man, then I will encourage you to advertise P2B here more so that it will give Tinubu more chances to win. That is if you believe in what Reno say. I will now tell you to maybe push P2B, advertise him more here so that he will garner more votes to create more pathway for Tinubu.
But I don't want Tinubu to win, so why would I do that?
No, that is what I said if you believe that what Reno said is the truth, let's use this way to market P2B. Because me, I'm interested in I don't want the presidency to go to the other side of Nigeria after these 8 years. I don't want it to go to that very other side. You, of course, you know the other side I'm talking about.
Yes,
So,
the Malam.
yeah.
So one man, who is your candidate?
But my candidate is Nigeria, as I told them on
Wayo,
Edo,
that is Wayo.
TV. When
Your
they
candidate is Tinubu.
my candidate is Nigeria. My candidate.
Boju,
You
boju,
are
boju, one
Kulata.
man.
You
Boju,
are
boju.
Kulata and Thomas. Your candidate
Kulata.
Tinubu.
My candidate is Nigeria.
Yorubanet is your candidate.
My candidate is the SDP guy, according to.
Then Kulata, quickly on the issue of manifesto, like I've always said, campaign has not started. P2B is taking his time to make sure that he brings something good, because he knows, he's very smart. He knows that a lot of people are talking on that issue, and people will want to read his manifesto more than any other person to have a lot of areas to criticize. So if I were him, I would take my time and prepare detailed manifesto that will show others. Then the last thing,
all right, round it off.
yeah, I'll round it off now. Then the last thing I wanted to say, which is a question, okay, let me ask Kolata the question. Somebody like Tinubu, like you said Tinubu has a very good record economically, from what I've heard. Before the primaries of APC, when we had somebody like Usibanjo and Tinubu, who would you have prayed? Who would you have prayed to have won that very primary?
Oshibanjo. I'm going to be honest
right?
with you. Yeah.
Yeah, Osibanjo. Then between Tinubu and Osibanjo, who has track records in terms of performance?
Tinubu does, but Oshibanjo will borrow Tinubu's resources.
So if Tinubu does have more than that, than Osibanjo, on the basis of track record, I think it would have been foolish to root for Osibanjo instead of Tinubu.
No, it's my heart. Let me put it this way. My heart went for Oshibanjo, but if I use my head, I'll pick Tinubu.
Okay, so that's the last point. So generally, thank you one more. It has been a very refreshing time staying with you guys, and it has been a very encouraging platform. I advise everybody, the public, to like this platform, share, disseminate the information. We need more people on this platform, and I think I would like to see our brothers from the northern side of the
yes,
country.
the Malams, the Abokis,
because this platform is a detribalized platform where everybody comes to air their views.
Do you think do you think perhaps calling them Omamala, maybe that might not be the way to?
No, I wouldn't like you to call them Omala.
All right, okay. So Aminat and Jubril, yeah, you are welcome here. So thank you, Saki Fada. Turn up earlier. Your fans notice when you are not around. So that's Saki Fada. so let's go from Saki Fada to Thomas. Thomas, closing remarks.
Thank you, one man. Vote your candidate, and when you are voting, vote with your brain and vote with reality. Thank you, one man. God bless you, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So just to fulfill all righteousness, let's try X0, who I'm pretty certain has already gone to bed. X0, are you there? No, I didn't imagine you were. So from X0, let's go on to Kulata. Kulata, the floor is yours.
Okay, so what are we doing? Okay, we're rounding up.
We're rounding up, yeah.
So what was I going to say? I can't remember. Anyway, about plan. Let me confess. I know someone that is working with Peter Obi to help him. I mean, one of the guys that are helping him draft a manifesto. So something is going to come out. Sometimes I just like sticking it because it's fun. So I know something is going to come out. Now, by September, we need something measurable, something we can track, something that we know is achievable. And then we can kind of evaluate all candidates. At this point, look, as long as it comes to the South, I'm good. I don't want Northern hegemony. I'm tired of it. And I want bold action against the expansionist agenda that some people may be nursing. This is serious me now. I really don't want that. So, but As long as you guys vote whoever you like, just make it come to the South this time around. That's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant to output. So brilliant to output. So that's Kulata, of course, who comes as a rather funky avatar today. So from the funky Kulata to the steady Ajanle Koko, the final word, Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman. And let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. You all did very well. And I hope that you will come back tomorrow and do another round as woman will bring it to us. On the issue of manifesto, yeah, I believe that whoever that have their manifesto out there should be able to come on the air and come and defend it, speak on it, and allow us to interrogate him on all jargons that they wrote out there, on their manifesto. So failure by candidate or any candidate whatsoever, particularly Tinubu, for not coming to the air, it tells us that he's running away from being interrogated. This is exactly what Buhari did in 2014, and here we are today. The result is what we are all languishing in, and I hope we will not have another president that will be like Buhari in our lifetime again in that country. So, other than that, let me thank those behind the scene that have been chatting from the beginning to this time. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow and do what you know to do best. Let me thank our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman board of trustee, one man way to more, Alexander Akashi. Now that you Wakago, thank you, Oga the Master, KUs, and Jaja, Flash Mankind, every other person in the commentary section, please, you have done well. Come back tomorrow and do it. So the greatest thanks we go to one man, the man that brings us together every day. It's a good job he's doing, and I want to guarantee him tomorrow when he brings another round of news to us, we shall all join him and trash it out and continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow and have a good night. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko rounding things off. So that has been the session. So as Ajanle Koko invited, like, share, and subscribe, and especially subscribe because we're pushing the subscriptions. We're looking to hit 50 subscribers today, which is something that we have been pushing through the session. So some of you have rallied to that call, but not all of you. We've not hit that 50 subscriber mark yet. We're not even close enough to it. So if you're not already subscribed, then subscribe. So maybe you will be that person that takes us to that journey of 50 subscribers for today. So we want 50 people to hit on the subscribe button, and then haven't done that, click on the like button as well. So all these things to do with the algorithm of the YouTube and to push us up the hierarchy and bring us more of a mass and more of a divergence in voice and discussions. So there it is, and there it has been. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.